6.
Previously on the Bubba Loves Fun show.
I did that for me. You like that?
That's awesome.
Yeah. I think I just showed my ass right now. I think it was going good, and then I just showed him a picture, so I showed my ass. Hey, Brett. Hey, I'd love to talk to you from time to time. Can have you on from time.
Let's do it.
Do you even know what my name is, Brett?
Lumpy.
But
Bubba.
Wow. You're listening to the Bubba the Love Sponge show.
Broadcast rights for the Bubba the Love Sponge show have been granted to this station by the Bubba Radio Network and is intended solely for the enjoyment of your listening audience. Any rebroadcast, retransmission, or any other use of this production without the express written consent of the Bubba Radio Network is strictly prohibited.
It's the Bubba the Love Sponge show.
Awesome job yesterday, man. That was great to have him for an hour. Unbelievable. He's
All right, settle down. Settle down. Thank you. Thank you, Dan. Thank you.
The ultimate hype man.
Jesus, God. I'm not even a good morning, just how damn good I am from my boyfriend.
Best.
Oh. Hello, everybody. Wednesday, August 10th, 2022. The Bubba the Love Sponge show will be, this will be our last show until Monday of next week. We will be going remotely live from various parts. I'll be doing my chicken sandwich review at 5 p.m. live, not taped, live from Columbus, Indiana, my boy Sumo, amongst others. Blitz and Anna are going to be live occasionally a few different times from Daytona. Mm-hmm. So, Lummy, I'm thinking that you'll probably do a GOAT report.
Yeah, GOAT report and probably go live 1 or 2 days at the football, the Bucks.
All right, so let's just put each other on, including Dan, on an all-text group exchange. I think I just started one this morning. So let's just keep with that one. And then if anybody is thinking about going live,
he just sent it. So check your text.
You are so de-whipped. Didn't you hear what I said right before we put our headphones on? Did you guys not?
I wasn't even in there. I heard you.
Yeah.
Oh, you heard, right?
I think I already put my headphones on.
Okay, cool.
I didn't hear.
Did you check your phone?
I got your text.
Okay,
yep.
Cool.
Yep.
Yeah.
So I actually started a group text this morning that we can just use that text to communicate while we're gone if anybody is thinking about going live.
Perfect.
So just throw a little text out there so the next person doesn't know, oh man, I'm gonna go live, and then I don't know if it goes I don't know if it doesn't let you or it hops on and cuts the other guy off. I don't know which Blitz formatically, how does it work?
YouTube used to kick you off, but I don't know now because you can set up like multiple live streams. I don't know if they'll let you do live or not let you go on or
multiple
what.
live streams mean you can do two live events from the same channel.
So you can set up.
Wow.
You can schedule multiple live streams at once, but
I don't think they can be on top of each other.
Correct.
Right. Okay. So what I'm saying is, I wonder if you're on, and then I decide to go on. If I go on, and it boss hogs you right off, or it denies me.
I think it'll deny you.
Perfect. That's perfect. I guess that's going to probably work out good until it's me, the one that's getting told no.
Yeah.
I think the denying aspect's great until it's me, the one being told no, because Lummy's showing goat poop in the back pond. I got a major high spot that I'm getting ready to. Maybe I'm at Tony Stewart's house or something, getting ready to go through the gates, and I want to go live. And Lummy's like, here's baby, and she's scratching her face on this new brush, and look at the pond.
Well, just don't try to avoid Tony Stewart's house between 11:30 and 12:30.
Make sure you remember that, Bubba.
On Sunday.
On Sunday.
You better have a lot more stuff. You better have contributed a little bit more something except Sunday. If you
that's the GOAT report. You just said me showing GOAT poop.
I understand.
I am. I just said I'm going to the Bucks game.
Okay.
Or the Bucks practices.
Okay.
You just said baby's poop. I didn't want to,
I just want to make sure that the GOAT report isn't the only thing that you do, buddy. You're a goddamn superstar. You got the strap. You got the hardware.
Yes, thank you, sir.
You got the ultimate guest in my life. Of all the guests I've ever interviewed in my life, I was most a fanboy over the last one I did yesterday, Brett Favre. You know what? Very rarely do I go back and watch my stuff. Blitz will tell you, I don't. I don't like. There's probably Dan. If you were me, I'm thinking you might go back and look at your stuff.
Sometimes, it's fun because we get to hear a replay in the afternoon sometimes.
Hype train.
Oh, we're just getting into some heavy-duty business here. But I am very appreciative. And I will tell you, man, this has been the best week on Twitch in a long time.
Yay.
I mean, just the last, I don't know, since we got back, like last week was good too. All of August has been good.
Everyone's flexing so they can get into that Hall of Fame.
I did
have somebody contact the Merch Crick on the merchandise email. It's a woman. She lives like somewhere in the Midwest, and her husband and her listen. She's listened longer, and she just figured out that she could maybe qualify for the. I don't know if she came into some money. I don't know if she got like an insurance settle. All of a sudden, out of nowhere, she's like, "I'd like to send $2,400, Venmo or something. What does it all involve?"
Nice.
And so there's people, that are gearing up for BARP, and you got till what, September 15th?
Yep.
You got about
a month,
35 days,
5 weeks.
If you go 1,000 bits.
You got 5 weeks to get your money in for the BARP festivities that happen the second weekend of January 2023.
Napa Mike, 2,000 bits.
Is Romina? Dan, I know you keep Romina down, but she's very rarely allowed to go out in public and must ask permission and wear an ankle monitor while doing so with a GPS tracking device and a team of Secret Service agents. You don't let her go out much, Dan.
No, I don't.
But I mean, like on Friday night dates and things like that, like with the girlfriends.
No, never. God, no.
Like not a lot of girls' nights out for old girl.
No.
Just birthday parties.
Just birthday parties and wine time.
10-star, 10,000 bits.
She can't even go over to Chris's house without permission. Because Chris is a bad influence on her.
Talking to BTLS gives it 5 subs.
Krista will be like, "Let me tell you something, girl. You don't have to put up with that stuff."
No. She doesn't do that. She just feeds her more wine. So actually, I don't mind if she goes to Krista. Keeps her out of my hair, and she comes back happy.
Hold on. You know why? You know why you would want her to go to Krista?
Frisky.
No, because Krista will condition her how to be a subservient lady.
Exactly.
And how to play the game.
Yep.
And how to keep her man happy.
Yep.
And to make sure that chicken's flat.
She's a base.
She is.
Trick me out, 1,000 bits.
And Krista will always have your back. Like, Romina could be like, "Oh, Krista, let me tell you about Donnie. He is such a dick. I just don't understand." And she'd be like, "Listen, girl, you know what? You don't have to work now, do you? You got a $150,000 car, don't you? He works his ass off to provide. Look at that house. You're not living in a shack now, are you, girl?"
She
No, you're not. You're not living in a shack at all.
Great Krista Diaco.
Yeah, she's a great hype person.
She is. I mean, she's deep down. She's got Dan's back.
10-star, 1,500 bits. FT Kansas City, 1,000 bits.
Even if you and Candle locked horns and Candle went to Krista and tried, I think Krista would be like,
Krista would be on my side.
Krista's like, "I'm telling you, Candle, man. I mean, Dan is Dan, and we just all know how to walk lightly around Dan. Don't piss Dan off. He's the man. He makes the most out of any of them." That's the only reason.
Sending her down to Krista for the evening is wonderful.
Right.
Keeps her out of my hair.
She comes back drunk and horny.
Yep, exactly.
and well versed.
Yep.
She comes back
happy to be her.
Well versed, drunk, appreciative, and happy.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
Big Country, 2988, 1,500 bits. Kendall Hill. FT Kansas City, 3,000 bits.
I got into the Romina Diaco diversion for
We're
about 2 minutes.
complete. 843, Bubba, 10,000 bits.
So at Barb, as I got a little distracted, your wife, she has to be there, Dan.
She'll
Even
be
if you're
there.
trying to pull off a Danny, because there's a award named after her.
Yeah, she'll absolutely be there. She's looking forward to it.
Did you get the 843 Bubba 10 Gs?
That's one that ended it.
Just tell her to, not to talk to a bunch of the significant others. She scares them away. Your wife asks too many questions,
which is unusual because usually she doesn't ask anything.
Oh, she was just. I'm gonna have to have a talk with her. Romina, don't ask a bunch of questions. You're living in this little make-believe question world that you live in, please.
Make-believe question world.
She doesn't understand sometimes the blur between reality and show business.
No, she doesn't. She doesn't.
There's a blur. It's not a line.
You know what? I think that's the best analogy so far of your wife. She doesn't understand show business.
Right.
The blur.
The blur.
Like she doesn't understand that we're verbally pro wrestling here. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
And the swerves and the angles and the if we
still take the bumps. I mean, in pro wrestling, they still hit the other guy with the chair.
Oh yeah,
it's still scripted.
We're spudding each other.
Yeah.
I mean, and we're getting juice sometimes the hard way. But like boy, what I should do is I should go have a sit down talk with Romina on just our language. Be like, Romina, what's a work? And then Romina, what's a shoot? And then Romina, what's getting juice the hard way? Or what's a pop you double sop yop?
That would actually be a funny interview.
Romina, a lot of times, like when we want to say a certain word, we'll call it a pop you double sop yop.
Well, why you call pop double sop?
Because it's a word we can't say on the radio. Hey, Anna, I think you would play a dumber
Better.
Romina than Danny. So Anna,
Yes.
well, you got at least a feminine voice. Listen, Romina, welcome to How Well Do You Know the Show?
Hospitality.
Okay, so listen, Romina, we're sitting here poolside in your big ass house.
Yes, it's
I know
my
sometimes
house.
your husband's a little mean to you at times, but I mean, look what you got. Look at this.
He feeds me Cheerios occasionally.
And he's just. I know he's impossible.
Yes.
But he's a good man deep down. But
Sure, very, very
one
deep,
of the
deep,
things
deep,
I think
deep,
that one of the
deep.
problems I think you guys potentially might be having is that you don't understand show business.
Oh, is the language barrier?
No, not language barrier. No, maybe the understanding barrier
Oh,
might
okay.
be your problem. I don't.
Yes.
I think you and I can communicate. I can pick up what you're
Oh,
saying.
she doesn't understand the blur.
But there's a blur.
what?
There's a blur between
What?
show business and real life.
Blur?
Right. Now, see,
What
Romina,
is this word?
you are rolling around in real life. You're living your life. Okay?
Is she?
Bubba, I live in a cast. I drink wine every day at 5
I
p.m.
know,
every
I
day.
understand.
Yeah.
So, but what you don't understand is we live in a world of show business.
Show business?
Yeah, so we're always trying to, and we like to embellish some stuff, and
Oh,
sometimes.
so you a liar?
No,
Lumpy the liar.
no, it's not Lumpy the liar. Oh, you listened to the Brett Favre interview? You call me
I
Lumpy
did
now?
catch that. Yes, I'm a big football fan.
But not for Packers Buccaneers.
No.
Hey, when Romina comes to the box, like, does she understand the game, Dan?
Yeah, her job. She understands that her job is to just talk to the other girls
And
leave me alone.
and keep your plate full?
Yes.
Does she restock your
that
plate
game.
up?
Usually.
Yeah.
Although
So
I am literally like a ravaging animal
I've
in
seen
the
you.
box.
It's
I
like-
mean,
and here's what Dan says, ready? Because Dr. Joe is always keeping score as to potentially what the catering bill might be. He's always freaked out about it. But what he didn't realize was Rob Elder, Dan, Steve, and Jay pay it. Like, it doesn't, Joe never pays
he
the
doesn't
catering.
even see it.
Right, doesn't even see it. But
He
even
worries.
though Joe doesn't pay it, and Rob and everybody else the bill gets taken care of, Steve corrals it all up, and Dr. Joe never sees it. He's still like, I'm telling you right now, that kid got 3 plates of chicken fingers and wasted 2. I'm just telling you. Okay, how much you got? Hold on, we're getting another bottle of vodka. That's what, the third one so far tonight. Like, we got Joe. Don't worry about it. And he gets Joe's always keeping inventory, is he not, Dan?
Yes, he got mad at me once when I went to a Super Bowl and in a limousine and there was beer. He's like, you're gonna drink? You're gonna miss the game? I'm like, no.
It was with me actually.
Yeah,
I think it was with me when the Giants played here, the Giants-Ravens game.
Yeah.
And it was me, you, Jimmy Clevis, Fabrizi,
Yep.
and Jay, and I forget we parked in the Channel 28 parking lot. Remember?
Yes.
And he was mad because we were drinking beer before.
Yeah.
You're gonna be all drunk. You're gonna miss the game. So listen to this, Blitz. Here's the rules. I got 2 tickets somehow, and then Diaco's got the rest.
Okay.
But the 2 tickets that I got were my tickets. Okay, and then like Jimmy Cleavis was using a Diaco ticket, and but it was me and Fabrizi that had our 2 tickets. And if I needed to use a Diaco ticket, I would have, but I didn't need it. So I'm like, so we all went to the game, and I think we sat in 2 different areas, not too far from each other. We were both like near
regional,
like the 35. I think we were like the 30. Let me listen to this. We were on the what side would that be? The west side of the stadium, nearest Dale Mabry.
Okay, yeah, it'd be the home side.
Yeah, so we were there on the 35-yard line, lower bowl, like 5 from the like mid pack right there.
Wow, that's
great seats.
Nice. Yeah, good seats.
So we're getting ready to go in, and Fabrizi says all these Giant fans are, they got all the New Yorkers got a ton of money. But now the Baltimore people didn't seem to have near the money the Giants fans had.
Paupers next to the New York guys.
So Fabrizi and I are walking into it, and the one rule the one thing that will flip Joe Diaco out more than anything in life is if he gives you a Super Bowl ticket because of his connections and having worked for the NFL for 30-plus years and just the things that Daddy Joe can get done within the league, right? It's just amazing. You guys sometimes has got as many as 8 tickets to the Super Bowl.
Yes.
Am I not right?
Yes.
Yeah, this is about any Super Bowl.
Deep connections for those.
I understand that.
Yeah.
And so, like, it is a deep, probably from the league office on somebody that Joe knows from back in the day, deep. So, but the one rule, there's only one rule. If you sell them, it is... You may never ever be like Joe may never speak to you.
You're shunned. You'll never get tickets again.
No, you'll yes. And I mean and even if Jay and Steve weren't so mad at you, what was that?
That was my computer.
Oh, okay. Joe would you'd just be filth to Joe, would you not, Dan?
Yes.
And when you get the ticket from a Diaco and you're going to the Super Bowl, it comes with that caveat. When Steve's handing them out, or Jay or Dan, they're like, listen, you cannot sell this ticket. Like, you cannot flip it.
Yeah, he's so adamant about that because, we were going to buy a box for the Super Bowl that was here a couple years ago, and we were going to buy the box and then like flip it for like triple.
Right, triple.
And he wouldn't let us do it.
You could bought it for $350 because you guys are box holders, and they were going for like $750, $800.
Yeah.
Remember? Mm-hmm. It's like, no, you can't do that. I'm just telling you, we're going to get a box. Like Steve and Jay and Rob, they're all going to be in there. They're going to be there. So me and Fabrizi didn't get tickets from Joe. Everybody else did. So we're rolling in, and a guy offers me and Fabrizi $4,000 a ticket.
Yummy.
$4,000 a ticket. Yummy. And I'm like, I don't want to not go to the game and be with the Bulls because I'm with Dan and Jay and Jimmy and everything. So I didn't sell mine. Fabrizi goes, I'll see you guys down at the dollhouse. he had the limo because once everybody got in there, you can drive around. He had the limo take him to the dollhouse and watch the game, and we all met him at the dollhouse afterwards, and he made $4,000 on it. And I was like, man, I mean,
rained that day.
Oh, that's my Super Bowl. I don't know how we got. We're playing Romina. We're playing Romina. I'm so sorry. So Romina, do you know?
Yes.
Do you know what a work is?
And work is something I don't do.
Oh, that was so funny. Okay, but no, not work. What in our show we have things called works and shoots, and so sometimes things are a work, sometimes things are a shoot, sometimes things are a high spot, sometimes you can take a shiz on the deal. Do you understand any of that?
No.
Okay. Well, your husband, one of the reasons why he's impossible to deal with is he's a showman, he is, and he's, part of the show. And have you noticed that his attitude and his swagger is increased now that he's a superstar on the radio? Has his dickness turned up a little bit?
Oh, just ever so slightly, but he's always been a very, very, very big dick.
Are you saying he has a BD or he is a BD?
Oh, they're both.
Both.
Sure.
Right. Okay. Is it true, Romina? I mean, that his mom flunked you in the 5th grade?
Yes.
Is that uncomfortable? Is it uncomfortable?
Say horrible woman.
Yeah.
Romina, last question. Do you know? I don't know. Maybe this will be a little some insight for you that can maybe potentially make your marriage a little bit stronger if you take these words too.
Sure, go
if you
ahead.
take these are some, because would you not admit, Romina, that me and your husband are best friends?
Yes, he refers to you often as Bubba, his boyfriend.
Right, and you could even put like we are not really gay for each other. We don't do
Sure,
gay
sure,
we don't do gay
whatever.
acts,
It's
but we
fine.
act gay. Like
Yes.
like we act like we're boyfriends.
Right.
But it's just to work. Okay, we're working gay. Okay.
Acting gay without the gay act.
Right. It's
Sure.
acting gay without the physicality. You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
You know,
You
my
just keep
wiener.
telling yourself that, Bubba.
Okay, but anyway, so I'm trying to make the one thing. I have to put you over a little bit, Dan. We got a baby face on it. The one thing, Romina, is Dan loves you so much,
Yeah, okay.
and he
That's a work.
So you do understand.
Oh, yes, I understand it all.
It couldn't be any better if she could actually be this smart and answer this way. This would be funny, right? Too bad.
awesome.
I just wish this was really Anna, and I mean really Romina, and not Anna, because I don't think Romina knows any of this stuff. And if she did, it would be so funny. But anyway, I just want to let you know that you could probably make your marriage. Would you be interested in me being as close as I am with your husband? If I could give you some advice to potentially make
Sure,
your
Bubba.
relationship better with your husband?
Yes, you are the relationship expert, so go ahead.
Yes, I am. I've had so many. And guess what, Romina? It's not involving cameras in your bedroom or me having
Oh,
sex with
good,
you.
good.
Okay. Although,
Yes, I saw that on the Googles.
you saw that on the Googles. Oh, you saw my sex tape on the Googles?
No, I saw the Wikipedia and all the things with the hog and the
Oh, you know all.
Mr. MJ. And
Oh, you've read on
Bob
me.
Buckhorn, yes, Mark Ober. I know the story.
Oh, so you read up on me all day.
Oh,
So
yes,
you know how much
every
of a
day.
complete. Oh,
I
yeah.
read one sentence.
I can just tell you there's one thing that I think could make your marriage so much stronger.
And what is that?
Because your husband loves you so very much. He just look at those knockers of yours. My Lord. Did you ever think a year ago you'd be having this type of business?
Oh no.
I mean, last August 2021, you
Flat-chested, unhappy,
Oh, in 2021 you were flat-chested and happy?
unhappy.
Oh, you're right. Now,
Right,
look,
everyone
And now you're not flat chested.
No.
now
Still
That's not the way
unhappy.
it's going.
now, Romina, Anna,
Yes.
have you noticed, the guys and, maybe the other dads in Carline, like, are they, those things are nice. I mean,
Oh, yes. People, I notice people notice me more. Yes.
right. That makes you feel good, right?
Yes,
That's
of
what Dan
course.
was a little bit
I
worried
still
about.
got it.
Right. What's that? I'm sorry.
I still got it.
All those birthday parties you go to.
You still got it, right?
Yes.
Yes. Okay, now, so here's the one thing I think that you could, and it's a very subtle little thing that I think you could a major adjustment make within your relationship and it be that much stronger, the beautiful bond that you have with your husband. And that is...
Madeira Beach.
Pray tell.
No,
time.
it's not Preta. It's not Madeira Beach. The only thing that Dan really gets mad about,
Yes.
he doesn't get mad when you ding the door on the side of the garage. Dan, I'm trying to think of some of the things you've gotten the most mad at her about, and it's usually her hitting your car in some way, shape, or form.
Right.
Right. I mean,
It's hard to get mad at her. She doesn't do much bad. She doesn't
Right.
make a lot of mistakes.
No, she doesn't. She's tough. But you're able to shoehorn some bad stuff here and
of
there.
course, yeah.
And you cut Dan promos. Like I think you just cut a promo a little bit ago, and she used for something. She made you something, and she used.
Oh, yeah, the cookies.
Yeah, the cookies.
Healthy cookies.
Yeah.
Oh, Bubba, not the cookies. I got
Please don't bring that up.
put in a cage for 3 days for that. Just now able to unbind my neck from the cage I was in for 3 days.
The stockade.
All right, so Romina and
Yes.
Dan, let me know if this is not a shoot. Dan, when I get done bringing up what I think will make your marriage better, you're going to have to, be honest and say if it's a shoot or a work.
Cruise around the world.
Yeah, so here's the deal.
Yes.
Cruise around the world with her and not you? Is that what you're saying, Dan? Are you saying a cruise around the world with her and not you? Is that what you're saying? Pre-bought, first class, every amenity, penthouse suite, right?
Yep.
Every amenity,
They're going to Alaska.
the drink package, everything, right?
Yeah, a lot of wine.
Listen, if you were to send your wife on a cruise, you better buy the drink package.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, my God. You're going to be the one person that's on the right side of that deal. So, Romina.
Yes.
The only thing that your husband, the only flaw that we can find, the only chink in
just one?
Yes, just one. The only chink in your armor, so to speak, is that during holidays, all these Mexicans and Hispanics and all your family just comes out of the woodwork, people that I don't even know, and it gets a little overwhelming sometimes. You know, my family
he doesn't like my family being around all the time?
He likes your family, but there's just so many of them. You know, it's like, my God, your third cousin's nephew gets to come to Christmas just because it's Dr. Diaco. He feels like your family's kind of marking out to him a little bit, you know?
Okay, so less my family, more his family?
No, less your family, his family the same.
Okay, no family.
No, not no family, just a little less. Like, 25% less of your family coming to the parties and stuff.
No.
No what?
No.
You're not going to...
I need my sister for one time.
You can have your sister, but your sister's cousin's uncle is a little much. Dan, first generation, for only your mom and dad and their immediate, mom, dads, and sisters. But then they have to bring the kids. Okay.
Right, they have children.
Right.
I love me familia.
Dan, am I a little bit right?
Oh, absolutely, 100%, man.
I mean,
the
Dan
15th cousin, the 15th
Dan calls
cousin.
me up sometimes and says, hey, you wouldn't believe. I said, we just had Easter here at the house. I'm in the carriage house, by the way. I could not take another minute of that. I mean, I see these Hispanic. I don't even know who they are.
It's like a bus in
I think the ongoing
DC.
rib in Romina's family is, hey, let's go see Romina. She's married to a plastic surgeon with a doctor kicker, and they got a big-ass $8 million home, and let's get our Kenneth City, Pinellas Park relatives to come over and really have a shindig. I can't take it anymore, Bubba. I guarantee you there's 46 of them in there.
Yeah, they all came in one Toyota Corolla.
I don't even know who they are.
Yeah, it's like a clown car.
Dan, am I not right?
Absolutely.
For real. Like, you go over to Steve's house for holidays just so that you can leave because yours has been it looks like the migration office, the immigration office.
I literally disappear for 30, 40 minutes at a time throughout the entire event.
Right.
Yeah, he takes his electric skateboard over to Steve's house because he can't walk over. It's too far.
That or he goes and rides his bike and breaks his arm.
Yeah, anything to sneak away.
So anyway, Romina.
Just like a bush and hide.
Romina, that's it. It's like you're perfect. And
Dan's going to... Just tell Dan that.
Little less... Oh, I tell him that. He knows how perfect you are.
Oh,
you're so beautiful.
Thank you.
You're such a good mother.
Thank you.
And you're a great cook.
Oh.
Just keep the house clean. You're good and bad.
Thank you. How would you know?
Just less... Dan and I talk a little bit.
Wonderful.
You're asking me, of all people, how I would know about, sex?
I didn't know if you saw a video or something.
Let's not get there.
Okay. I know how much you like videos.
Well, hold on. Can you imagine for me it was that much of a smart ass saying, "Oh, Bubba, I know that you like videos now, don't you?" And Dan, is she wired like that to give it back to me a little bit or no?
If she had a little bit of background knowledge about it, yes, she can throw out stuff like that.
Could we get her a little tipsy? I think that during my
way
interview,
more fun.
Way more fun.
Way more fun. Two glasses.
Yeah, two really strong. Sutter's Mill.
Get her a nice box of wine.
Wine in a box.
Yeah. Sutter's Mill. Actually, you know what, Dan? When we do the interview, we need to have a little. Let's do it poolside, and we need like a little lawn chair with Sutter's box on it, and Lummy can be the bartender and just keep it full.
Hit the button.
Right.
Keep the Sutters coming.
Lummy, as she's drinking her Sutters, as it gets empty, you just see this big, your big Lummy hand come in and put a new one in there.
Yep, just keep pouring it. Keep it at the rim.
So Romania, there you go. I mean, I didn't mean to. Okay. Dan, what's that guy got on his face? Is
That's
that monkeypox?
Yeah, it's monkeypox.
Where was that guy's face in order to get that?
I wonder.
I'm just saying.
Oh man.
I mean, you can't. I mean, you can't be that guy and
syrup or jelly
and say, "Hey man, I wasn't going down on my boyfriend."
Yeah.
I don't think you can't say that. I just don't think
it's hard to hide that one.
Right.
He went surfing at Madeira Beach.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, he
Oh,
did.
my God.
And he's got the equipment, too. I mean, he's got the lip volume to get where he needs to be. Some people have big lip volume. Some people have little lip volume. I mean, Dan, you're in the lip volume business, ain't you?
Yes, he's got a lot of volume.
Oh my.
Voluminous.
So anyway, Dan, I'd love to have an interview
You can do that.
with Romina. But I don't think you can be there.
Okay.
But you have to give the blessing, like.
I give the blessing. You and Lummy do that together. That'd be great.
No,
It's got to
but
be poolside.
Yeah, it's got to be poolside.
Okay.
And she's got to kind of have like not a bikini on, but like maybe like a sundress, like a cute little sundress.
Sure.
Like I don't want her wearing sweats and like a,
I don't think that's her
She doesn't
style.
wear that.
Yeah.
Yeah, when she.
bull crap. When I was there for the gazebo, she had full blown sweats on. Don't even tell me she don't wear it.
But when I interviewed her, she had her yoga pants on, Bubba, and you like that?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, she wears that more often than sweatpants.
Perfect. Yoga pants with kind of a tight fitting top. Now that she's got the globes.
Mm-hmm.
Perfect.
We can do that.
Now, what type of conversation are you going to have when you tell her that I'm going to do this interview and that it's okay for her to participate and to be honest? Like, Anna, I need you to be Romina again, and Dan, I need you to be yourself. Like, how would the conversation go, giving her permission to do this?
Hey, babe, Bubba's going to come over probably with Lummy in about a week, and he's going to do a little poolside interview
God,
with you.
I don't want to do this again.
No,
I already had to talk to that big man.
You did really well last time.
Yeti of a man.
You were funny, and everyone liked it.
Did
and I
you
think
say
you'll do a good
Yeti of
job.
a man?
Yes. A mountain of a man.
Go ahead, Dan. Go ahead. Everybody liked it. Say, Danny. Everybody liked it. Dan.
Yeah, I'll come. Sorry. Everyone liked it. You did.
Okay.
You were really over, and people really enjoyed hearing from you. So
What's
is it okay
over
if you?
mean? Does she know what over means?
She's
Over me?
starting to understand that.
People are
yeah.
over you, Anna,
Yeah.
and you can take that. They're over me. I did not do anything to them. I did. When people usually when you say you're something, they're over you.
I thought it was a bad thing at first too.
Right.
But I didn't know.
No, in our world, to be over is like that's the highest.
Yes.
Like Lummy, right now you're way
So
over.
over.
Like Lummy, that's why most really the person that's got the strap is the person that's most over.
Yes.
I just couldn't name it the most over because people they don't understand it.
Yeah.
So it's what is the actual belt called? The most talented
Most talented member of the show.
Yeah. So right now that belt signifies the most talented member of the program, better known as who's the most over. Yeah, Lummy, that. And so, Lummy, have you heard from Brett Favre's people?
Yes, he actually had a lot of fun in like the interview. I sent a email
That
to
sounds
him
pretty generic. That sounds like you're making that up.
No, it came from the doctor. I spoke with him yesterday, and he said he talked with Brett around lunchtime, and Brett said that he really enjoyed the interview.
Did you? Now you can get the mailing address so we can send him a nice little care package.
I'm supposed to be getting that today.
Right. Blitz, we could send him. We could send him one of those gold sleeves that he endorses.
Copper fit?
Yeah, you kept calling it gold.
I know.
And it was like, that's copper.
Whatever.
Copper fit.
Where is he living now?
Mississippi.
Hold on, Dan. Hold on.
Yeah.
You want to get instant heat? Let us show you Brett Favre's house because he has a. Oh my God! Just wait till you see Brett Favre's house.
It's unreal.
You're going to have house envy because of just one thing.
He's got a moat.
Well, he does kind of have a moat, but then hold on. Wait, I'm gonna. Yeah, hold on. Let me just show it to you here now. Hold on. So I got a picture of Brett Favre's house here.
On 440 acres.
Now, hold on here. Now, hold on, Dan. What you don't understand is there's a house right here, which would be like considered his guest carriage house. And in order to get to the carriage house, you have to walk over this big bridge over this big. Yeah, so that's
so
his
nice.
carriage house. This is his house right here. This is Brett Favre's house right here. I don't think there's any music, is there? No.
I don't think there was. Put it on YouTube.
Anyway, so Dan,
It's amazing.
look at it's all wooded, and then there's the bridge, and then you'll get a better view of it. Right here is the garage. Look at all these. I think this and this is the garage. This whole compound right
amazing.
here is the garage.
I count 6-8 doors.
Yeah. So Blitz, you're saying, oh, maybe more warehouse space, but I think that's before we queued all this up as being all. You could have cars and all of that.
Yeah.
Now,
Whoa.
do you think that's just a single car there, Dan, or a double?
It looks like he's got garage doors on both sides of it.
Yeah.
I mean,
Garage doors here, garage
probably
doors
double
here,
deep,
garage
so
doors there, and maybe garage.
6 and 6.
And Brett Favre ain't, he doesn't have a Phantom or a Ferrari. Brett Favre's probably got, a Ford F-350 with, maybe a Ford Raptor, maybe a Chevy top, right?
I don't know. He did have that white truck with the tailpipe coming off.
Right,
with
white
the,
Chevy pickup truck.
chained
That he wouldn't
muffler.
go get. A guy was making like $8 million a year, and he wouldn't go down to the muffler shop and get a muffler. He just chained it to the bumper. That's
Yeah.
Brett Favre.
It's a hell of a house, though. It looks like an absolute resort.
Look at that.
It's a stunning estate.
Yeah. So hold on. Here's the best thing of all, Dan. It shows you how far and cool the carriage house is, and this is like so moat type what Dan would want. So, boom, there's
That's
the
awesome.
carriage house, the guest house, right?
Across the river.
Imagine if Romina and all the nonsense was happening here, and you're just first of all, I think you could probably take a golf cart, don't you think, Lemmy?
Oh, yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Zin, zin, zin.
Yeah, but Dan
Yeah,
would need
just-
a drawbridge though.
Yeah, Dan
Yeah,
would
I'd
need-
want the drawbridge. And just fire off a flare if you need me.
right. And Dan, you'd have gators probably all in this pond, and
Oh, yeah,
crocodile, and
definitely.
a bunch of deadly. Well, I don't know. You couldn't jet ski and stuff in there then.
Yeah, that's true.
Think about. I mean, this Blitz. This is more than enough to have like a.
That's why he's got the little beach area probably
Yeah,
to,
it's
for
true.
jet skis and stuff.
Yeah, just a jet. You know, they're out there racing and stuff, being straight white trash, like all white trash would do. That's what I'd be doing.
That's an amazing place.
Yeah.
But, I mean, he's literally one of the best quarterbacks ever. He's one of the most iconic players in the NFL of the last 30 years.
I didn't get. I missed a lot of
he's a
questions.
superstar.
I had a lot of questions to ask him too.
You
but
could
we
have talked
just,
to him for 2 more hours.
I could have easily. I think maybe I got. Let me. Any constructive criticism? Like, did I go too long? Was
No,
I too
I-
much of a fanboy?
Yeah, criticize him.
No, I don't think you went too long. I think you could have went longer. I mean, I told Dr. Dan in the parking lot this morning, I'm like, you only got to the 90s, really, in his career. You
Yeah.
didn't get to the 2000s when he went to Minnesota.
Yeah, I was
Talking
gonna-
about Aaron Rodgers.
I was going to talk about like arguably his. Well, he played 2 years in Minnesota, but that I think it was 08 or 09, his next to last season when he took the Saint. When he went to this
NFC Championship.
he was.
Yeah.
I think they were 13. I think Minnesota was 13-3, or I think they were 13-3 or 12-4. He statistically had one of his best seasons statistically. Threw for 4,200 yards, nearly 70% completion against. And I wanted to tell him, man, it was tough to statistically watch you have as a fan. Watch you have one of your best years ever as a Minnesota Viking.
Yeah.
Like, and then I was going to ask him, he played with Adrian Peterson. I was going to say, Edgar Bennett or Adrian Peterson.
Adrian James.
No, he played with Peterson.
Oh, did he?
Yes.
Oh,
in
nice.
Czech.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, you're
and
right.
He
in
played with,
Minnesota.
hold on, and he
09.
played with Randy Moss.
Yes, he did. Yeah,
So,
you asked him about that.
Mic
Yeah.
drop on you, bitch lummy.
Yeah.
His running back was Adrian Peterson. And, Adrian Peterson, the last 2 or 3 years of his career, he was done. But, man, when Adrian Peterson.
And his peak was awesome.
In his first 5 or 6 years, he was, Lummy, wasn't he the monster of the league?
Oh, he was the Derrick Henry back
Right,
then.
he was the Derrick Henry.
Bucks passed right over him.
Yep.
He was the Derrick Henry. So, anyway, Lummy, I did watch the entire interview, and I think there's only one thing I wasn't happy with. I probably shouldn't have showed him my picture. I think I kind of fanboy out there.
He laughed, though. I mean, he got it. I thought
it was cute.
Yeah, I think he thought it was funny.
Lummy, I did do some additional research on that 97 Lamont Holoquest.
Oh, did you see the top?
It's worth anywhere between $8,500 and $12,000.
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
So I'm thinking I was going to maybe call Lamont up and say, if you do an interview, I'll give you your ring back. But
what?
The guy pawned it, and I'll tell you how much I paid for it. I paid $3,500 for it.
You'd be like, hey, give me $10,000 to give it back.
Back when I had, back when I had $3,500 to kick around when I was rolling. So a jeweler had called me because he was a fan of the show and said, hey, my buddy works at a pawn shop like in Kansas City or something. And they just took in a Lamont Holoquest, pawned his ring for $2,500 and didn't come and pick it up. That's how I think that's how the pawn industry works. You pawn it, and then if you don't,
number of days,
you have a certain amount of days, and then after that, they have to contact you and see if you want to make payments on it, or do you just release it to them? And you keep the money they gave you. You owe them nothing, right? I think that's how pawning goes.
If you pawn it, yeah.
And
you can sell it too, but
if you scroll down, I think it's one of the ones toward the bottom. That's where I saw the 11,000. It's in the top 10 on this website, right there.
Yeah,
the 97,
and that's what I got
from Bernardo Harris.
Right. And by the way, I got Lamont Hollenquist was the other linebacker, and he was 56. It says it on the ring. So, I mean, Dan, that was an investment. I paid $2,500 for it. I paid $3,500 because the pawn guy said, "Hey, I got to make some money. I'm doing it as a favor to your friend who's a Packer fan, but I'm just not going to break even on it." So, my buddy paid $1,000, gave the pawn guy $1,000 profit on it, and sold it to me exactly what he paid for it. I paid $3,500 for it, like in, I don't know, maybe 2006, something like that, when I was making big money. So, should I have not showed Favre that?
Well, unless he's going to let Lamont borrow about $10K. I mean, that is what it is.
I watched the entire. I thought I did a really, really good job, and I got some critical email saying, "Oh, you interrupted Brett Favre. You're being your standard self." And I watched it, and I only found myself that I only interrupted him one time, and it was just a continuation on the conversation we were having about his son-in-law being from Britain. Other than that, I think I waited until he was done, and I was extra. I waited and paused between questions even more, knowing that we were on Zoom.
You have to on Zoom,
and you gotta, kind of
wait for the delay.
You gotta wait for the for the delay a little bit. So, I posted the Brett Favre interview back up on. I think it's everywhere. It's on our Facebook. It's on our YouTube. Is it on our? Is there a link on our Insta? See if you can get a link, Anna.
Wayne 51 does not get to 5 subs
on our Insta, and watch me interview probably one of the greatest of all times. I forgot to ask him about the Mount Rushmore of quarterbacks.
Yeah.
That would have been a great one if I get him again. Do you think that there's a chance to get him again?
Yes, I do believe that. I think he did. I think he really had a lot of fun, and supposedly he hasn't done really any media in like the last. I think it was like 6 to 7 months. So this was like his first one, and I heard he had a lot of fun reminiscing, and
he's going to come hang out at our tailgate.
Yep.
Well,
How
Bubba,
cool would
I
that
think
be?
you had such an interesting fund of knowledge, and I don't think he's had an interview like that before, where going back and talking about some stuff from 30 years ago that most people had no idea about.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of people don't. I'm really a big Packer fan, and so, but when I do an interview, I like to go back and when I'm preparing for an interview, I like to go back and really know something early on to start the conversation.
Mm-hmm.
And then I was thinking, okay, well, how? And I actually, a lot of people think that I sit back here and wing it, but I actually had a little bit of a flow as to how because if not, I would have just been. I was a nervous wreck. I was a complete nervous wreck. Just to let you know. I don't know if people could tell that I was nervous, but I was just a complete nervous wreck. And I'm trying my best not to look nervous, but I'm literally a nervous wreck. Like, point of almost hyperventilating. Having a talk. I was just like literally. Listen, every one of us have that one person that we would love to interview or meet in our life. Like, Dan, there's got to be, you have to be a fanboy of somebody. Like who, Anna, there's got to be one person.
No, there's plenty, but I don't even want to talk to them. Does that make sense?
It would be like, I think that you really got mad respect for like Bill Burr or like Louis C.K. Like if you had an opportunity to interview, I think those are two big ones for you, are they not?
Yes, they are.
All right. So if somebody said, "Hey, Anna, you get to interview Louis C.K., just you and him."
Yeah.
In a room alone.
Well,
I
didn't have an opportunity to go down on Brett.
That's fine, Louis. I don't mind. Go ahead.
Zoom. We'll keep it at Zoom.
Oh,
And who would it be for you? It would be probably something like that, right?
Yeah. There's probably some other guys that I've been watching. I fanboyed out really hard when I met Dave Attell, and he was like a total jerk to me. And I feel like after that, I never wanted to meet anyone I idolized.
What about Rogan?
Oh man, I'd freak out.
I gotta tell
I wouldn't be able to handle Joe Rogan.
I'm gonna be on Joe.
I never want to speak to him ever.
I'm gonna tell you right now, man. One of the greatest compliments ever is when I had Joe in here and he opened up with, "I'm a fan of the show," because he was a fan of our show at that time.
Right? Didn't you say that he would like stay in his car to finish the segment?
I actually have audio or video. Hopefully, we could find it. Let me see if we can find it. But he says, "I was actually late to a meeting. I was 15 minutes late because I couldn't get out of the car. I was listening to a segment you guys were doing, and I could not get out of the car. and I was 15 minutes late to a meeting.
That's happened to me before, where I'm in the car and I just don't want to leave because you guys are still talking.
But how cool is it for Joe Rogan to have said
That's
that?
awesome.
Mm-hmm.
That's
I
awesome.
would just absolutely lose it. I would completely
Well,
unravel.
I remember back like years ago, Bubba, a couple of the guys would say, "Hey, do you want to see if we try to get Brett Favre on?" You're like, "No."
And the reason why?
They're too nervous.
I get it.
Yeah, like, I was just a nervous wreck. Like, I've never said no to anybody.
Right.
But
there was talked about it, and you always said no.
Right, because I didn't want to, because I was so afraid that I would fanboy out.
Mm-hmm.
And so yesterday I wrote to start it that I was going to be honest about being nervous. If you look at my little notes, it says honest about being nervous. Get into the 95 NFC Championship, common friend being Dion at ASAP, meaning that was going to be the story. I know Dion, and I just don't know Dion, but I was at the 95 NFC Championship game on the sidelines. Here's a funny little story about it. Then, boom, get into it, thinking that would break the ice. And I think that worked.
It did.
I think it did.
And it was funny when you said that Dion brought it up at the pick, and he goes, "Yeah, every time I see him, he brings it up."
And Dion did. I actually spoke to Dion a week ago. Well, let me know. It was Monday. No, it was God, what day was it? It was either Thursday or Friday of last week. I forget which day it was, because his birthday was yesterday. And so I texted him early birthday, and he called me. And I said, Dion doesn't like to text; he likes to call. And so I go, "Hey, Dion, I don't know if we got a Brett Favre interview booked for Tuesday at 9:00. I said, anything I can bring up, to break the ice with him, because I'm going to tell him that you and I are friends, and I'm going to tell him about the 96 game." And he was like, "Yeah, I told him about that pick six in Lambeau." And I said, "Well, you know what?" They go, "Yeah, he'll know. Trust me." And so you can see what Favre's reaction was. Oh yeah, I'm sure. Dion has solidified himself in history as the this, but that one damn thing he's got to bring up every time is the pick six.
And Favre clearly remembered it too. So.
Oh, Lummy, if you find it, Dion did the showboat too.
Really, Dion showboat?
Oh no, but hold on. Yeah. You know when Dion would be so far ahead, he'd put the ball to his head and then do like the high step, the Walter Payton stiff-legged band director high step. And then being your friend, because Dion and Brett Favre were friends. They were on the 91 Falcons together. So they were being friends. You can really be extra over the top, because you can afterwards I was just rubbing it in. Like, Dan, if you pick six me, well, you might walk in like a gentleman if you pick six me, but I'm just saying, if you pick six Steven, wouldn't you just go way over the top?
I go crazy. Yeah, absolutely. It'd be as flamboyant as possible.
Right. You'd be doing a dance and doing everything, right?
I'd be breakdancing in the end zone.
You pick off Jimmy Cleavis, well, you just go in like a gentleman now, don't you?
Please don't be mad.
Please don't wrestle me. Is this it, Lummy?
Yeah, that's from the...
Oh, hey, hold on.
For Dallas.
Here we go.
From our Fox Television Center in Hollywood.
Here it is.
Fox Sports Ticker will have the second stats. Also live from the back.
Now watch.
This is picked
Watch
up by Deion Sanders. Deion outracing
and Favre tried to get the angle on him, and Deion showed him the good news. Check this out.
Fox Sports Ticker will have the second stats.
This is the one Deion brings up all the time.
Also live from the back.
You won't be needing that.
And this is picked up by
here
Deion.
So Favre thinks he's going to get him. Watch. Ready?
Deion outracing Brett Favre and scoring for Dallas.
Deion said that place is a crap hole. I guess the facilities are horrible.
It is.
You've been
sucks.
there.
Yeah, I've been there.
Not for the home team, because I've had a tour of Lambeau Stadium. And my God, Dan, it's as nice as anything the Bucks have, the home team locker room. But they put the away team literally it'd be something that would be comparable to what
high school,
Kenneth City Middle School would have.
Yeah, it's that bad. It is that bad.
It is.
Did you know I picked him off in college?
Yeah, right here.
And throwing under pressure, and it's intercepted. Dion, he may score right away. It is Sanders for the touchdown.
No, I didn't know that he picked him. Oh, no wonder it even hurts more, right?
Yeah, I didn't know that.
Same play, too.
Yeah, pretty much.
Here's your replay. Sprint action. Favre trying to get his shoulders upfield. He gets pressure, has to fall back, overthrows. There's Sanders. He's going to pick up a picket line, and I'll tell you, gang, offensive line.
This hillbilly.
Yeah. I'll tell you, gang. Your Metro champion.
Not at all. Keith Carter, the linebacker, applying the.
So anyway, if you want to watch, let's see if they show the replay on this. Let me. Oh, dadgummit. I mean, my God, Jesus Christ, guy got me in FSU, now he got me in
Brett Favre said he didn't want to mess with Dion. He says, you got to throw over there. There's certain things that you can't throw on him. He said you can't throw a comeback on him. You can't throw a fade on him. You can't throw an out on him.
And I just learned how what the nickel was last week.
The only thing you can really...
Hey, how about that little bit of tidbit of information?
That? My dad, I told that story to my dad last night. He was in disbelief.
Did you know I brought your dad up? I brought your dad
no,
up.
And you.
I brought you and Dan up.
I listened to the first, obviously, 30 minutes of it, and
Right
then there's
at the
about
end, he brought
20
you up.
minutes I didn't get to hear.
Listen, you know what? I'm going to get the boys to give me the excerpt of your dad mention and you mentioned, because I want your dad to hear that I mentioned him during the Brett Favre interview.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Throws an in or across. And watch this. I mean, here's Dion here. And you
Look at Dion. He just sets on it. And only a guy as fast as Dion can close on this.
see him. He's just playing back. He's playing loose. And he was playing a zone on that one.
Yep.
And he was just watching Brett Favre and reading him. Brett Favre thought he was going to run off. He didn't run off at all.
I mean, Brett Favre is folksy and, average guy-y. It's not a wonder a network. I mean, Fox is in trouble right now.
Yeah.
They're in. What do they got? Like
Greg Olson and Kevin.
Greg Olson, the former tight end from Carolina,
Yeah,
who
he's
was
the lead guy.
I mean, he's the lead guy.
Yeah.
Who's the color on the guy? Who's the color
I
commentator?
don't even, it's Kevin something, I think. It's not even like a big name either.
Kevin Spacey.
Kevin.
Well, we're playing football here.
Like they got.
I like to hear Kevin Spacey cynical. Because I don't know if even Kevin Spacey knows anything about football.
Probably not.
But I mean, Favre could. Tony Romo's good. He is, and Aikman is really good. Collinsworth. I think Favre would be better than Collinsworth.
Oh,
I
yeah.
hate Collinsworth.
Kevin
He annoys
Burkhardt
me.
is the other guy.
Yeah.
With Greg Olson.
Didn't a famous anchor just die? Old guy?
Yeah, Vince Scully for the Dodgers.
Oh, okay.
One of the greatest play.
His face looked familiar, so I thought he was like currently on TV. Maybe not.
When he was him and Harry, there's been like the Mount Rushmore of sports commentators would probably be Harry Carey, Vin Scully, probably not Joe Buck, but his dad. Well, probably Pat Summerall and maybe John Madden.
Yeah.
Maybe Al Michaels.
Joe Buck's dad was an announcer?
Oh yeah.
He was for the Cardinals.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Cardinals.
Marv Albert.
Marv Albert, maybe biting bitches' backs.
Mm-hmm.
Bob Costas.
I mean, you could put Howard Cosell in there.
Oh, you got to
Yes.
start and stop with Howard Cosell.
And then Jack Buck.
Yeah.
What about Stephen A. Smith?
No, man, that guy's a punk.
No.
He doesn't call
God.
By the way, I like.
I'm
By the way,
not the
I
conversation, never
like Stephen A. Smith.
I can't stand
But
him.
I do. I like him. But he does a lot of race baiting, and
lies about it.
And he's kind of a ripoff of Howard Cosell. He's kind of. I mean, do you know what I'm saying? Like he's got that delivery, and it works, man. It's his gimmick. And you know what? We're only hating on him because he's making $30 million a year.
Is he like the face of ESPN, like the main guy?
One of them on the not the live event side of it.
Yeah.
But
The show side.
the show telling the news. Talking show part of it. He is probably the number one guy over there, I would say. But I like him. He's not in the league that we spoke of. The league that we spoke of was more towards people that did play-by-play and called the games.
I see.
Although Bob Costas, I guess you'd have to have maybe two Mount Rushmores, Lummy, play-by-play and guys in the booth versus guys that just break it down. Because Chris Berman.
Yeah, Chris Berman.
If you're going to do
He wasn't in the booth.
No, he wasn't in the booth. But he's certainly in that league. So you got to have two categories. You got to have two Mount Rushmores, Dan. You got to have the booth guys versus studio guys.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
The booth guy would probably be
Howard Cosell, number one.
Howard Cosell, John Madden.
Yes.
And then you got to put two. I don't know if it'd be Al Michaels, or.
Well, I mean, Vin Scully and
Vince Scully, Harry Carey. So you
Jack
got that.
Buck.
Yeah.
It's a
Joe
tough
Buck's
one.
been doing it for a long time. I mean, he's getting up to that point, and he does a good job.
Jim Nance.
Jim Nance. There's just so many of them. I just don't even really count.
Okay, so in the studio, guys.
Well, Chris Berman.
Absolutely number one.
Dick Vitale.
I like Jim Rome.
Oh, no.
Jim Rome's
hold on. Bob Costas.
Bob
Costas is in there.
But
every Olympics, everything made. I mean, you got to go just the overall work, not just sports specific. Bob Costas was the utility man, whether it was the Olympics or the World Series, or the PGA, or the U.S. Open. Bob Costas was the guy.
What about the guy that yells goal?
Well,
which ones?
The soccer guy.
No,
more than one guy.
So
It's
you
more
got
than one guy
Howard
now.
Cosell, you got Bob Costas.
Does Bob Costas only do like championship games or?
He would only
good
do.
stuff.
Sometimes he would only do like
Because
the Olympics.
That's the only time I see him.
Real big stuff, like
Yeah.
Bob Costas isn't going to be at the Cubs Brewers game on a Saturday in July, but he'll
Does he do
cover the
all
Winter
sports?
Olympics. Yeah,
he-
pretty much he's a
Okay.
utility guy. So in the booth side of things, you got Chris Berman, you got Bob Costas. We need two others.
I mean, I think Dickie V's in there with the college basketball.
No.
He would break it down.
No. Not in the studio. Dickie V is basketball specific. Dickie V can't. I mean, do you ever see Dickie V talk about anything besides basketball?
Baseball. That's about it.
No.
Does baseball?
No.
Then you got Greg Gumbel.
Maybe. Maybe. If you're looking for two other, hosts, that is, maybe you got to put Jim Rome in there.
I like Jim Rome. He's insightful. I mean, I know he's polarizing,
Hold on.
but
Brent Musburger.
Yeah.
That might be it.
Yeah.
It might be it.
And really, back in like the 80s and 90s, Al Michaels did a lot too.
Yeah.
he was huge. Al Michaels.
Yeah, but Brett Musburger calls the games though. He's not the in-studio guy.
No, Brent Musburger was the in-studio guy for a long time.
Oh, was he?
Yeah.
Oh.
With him and Jimmy the Greek, and then former Miss Kentucky Phyllis, I forget what her name was, and Irv Cross. The original CBS NFL pregame in the 70s was Jimmy the Greek, Brett Musburger, Irv Cross, and then this Phyllis, some real hot chick. And it was everybody watched it. I don't even know that NBC had one back in the day. I think it was called NFL Today, or what was the 70s? What was that called? I mean, it was on CBS, and it was Brent Musburger, Irv Cross, Jimmy the Greek, and then one hot chick who was former Miss Kentucky, Phyllis. Was it not Phyllis Stark? But I know you're trying to find it for me. Let me.
Yeah. You're talking about NFL Today?
Yeah, I think so. Oh, yeah. Phyllis and George. I got it from chat, not Phyllis Diller.
I know. I love Phyllis Diller.
Phyllis. So it was Irv Cross, Brent Musburger, Jimmy the Greek, and Phyllis, whatever the hell her name was. Just
Phyllis and George.
All right, send me that show. Because, man, for like 10 years, that was like in the early 70s, that was the only show I think that anybody did. I don't think NBC or Fox wasn't even around, or ABC. I don't think they even did a pro football pregame. I think there was only one, and it was called NFL Today. And Lummy, I'm over here just treading water like a mother. And you, hello.
Well, I'm sending the link. My computer runs a little slow, and it's one of those days.
It's a Lummy computer.
What is this, Lummy?
It's NFL Today.
All right.
Brett Musburger.
What type of obscure thing did you send me, here, lover?
Pro football talk.
Let's see here.
It's an ad.
I see it's an ad. It's super.
Have you enjoyed staying in touch because of the rating?
That's
I've
Brett-
loved John through the
That's
year.
Brent Musburger from last week, almost
Well, they
dead.
have it on the here, Dr. Dan. Look, what is that show? It shows the show.
Lummy, if I can Google this just right off the bat, and it give me
I think I got literally like 15 seconds to look it up.
70s NFL Today. If it comes up right up, you're fired immediately.
Okay, I was looking at Phyllis and George pictures.
Yep, right
for
here. There we go.
You. Okay,
Right here. The first thing that pulls up.
because that's not what I was.
I know. 1975 NFL Today.
Said that let me try.
Oh.
They have had only one owner, one of them so far.
I don't know, Lummy.
ball game, and left Hudson was
Feeling good and raring to go.
There you
Oh, she was cute.
And Arkansas in.
How
about this play?
That was her, right?
Yeah, but I'm going to try to find a more up-to-date one. Lummy, you're not really
Go
doing
back
much
to the
for me at all.
70s.
I'm not doing anything. I'm not doing anything.
How many links have you sent me?
Honestly, it takes a second on my computer.
So
I'm really Italian.
Why am I able to pull them right up? Here it is. This was the intro to it.
Brown 45. Brown 45.
Hot. Lummy, I just right there found it. Are you saying that your computer's way slower than mine?
I was
or
looking
your
up,
brain way slower?
No, I was first looking up Phil.
Don't answer that question.
Phil Van.
Lummy, I found it right away.
I didn't search for it first.
You weren't searching for it immediately?
No, because when you guys mentioned her, I was trying to find you pictures of her to show, and then you went right into give me a minute today.
Yeah, in 1970s NFL
sport.
Today.
Oh.
Yeah. Man, they really encouraged violence back then, did they not?
All penalties.
Brent Musburger, Phyllis George, Irv Cross. There you go. And then they would go live to the studio. Let me still haven't sent me anything.
I sent you two now.
You sure?
Yes.
Okay, I got you. Are you nervous?
There's a link before. No, I mean, I literally was trying to look at one.
Welcome back to
I got
New
15
York
links
Live.
open.
Some of you were waiting
He's
because
so
we
young.
were hoping that another network could join us, and they did. Let's take you around the league right now. Many of you are watching this game.
Look how primitive.
This looks like Saturday Night Live.
I know, but this is what we had.
I know.
Right here.
Chicago.
And literally, they had their blitz K just go up there and put those numbers like on a felt board or
Yeah.
something. I don't think that's digital or
No,
anything.
because computers to display that back then were the size of a room.
Yeah, so that's just like, a guy that has like numbers on the side of a...
The Buccaneers lead it by 3, 13-10 at the half. The rest of you are watching this contest, which is tied at the half, St. Louis 10 and the Jets 10. The New York Giants have just scored again. They are dominating the Washington Redskins in the Meadowlands late in the second quarter, 17-6. Buffalo and Cincinnati at the half.
Nothing's
Chuck
changed.
Knox's Bills are ahead by a field goal. San Diego and Detroit. So far, it has been all
no,
Detroit.
things have changed.
24-7.
Detroit wouldn't be up 24-7 on San Diego
That
right
game
now.
Wait,
in
2
the
and
second
7,
quarter in
15 last
Pontiac,
year?
Michigan.
Oh, nothing's changed. Packers and Minnesota could be gridlock.
Green Bay and Minnesota scoreless in the first quarter. So important today.
So when you're Doug Clem and Bubba, you get to sit there and watch this and some game that you're not watching just so you can see what the score potentially is on your game.
The Vikes to get back in the W
Why not
column.
just grab your iPhone
Philadelphia
and
and
look at
Dallas.
Yeah.
Scoreless in the first.
Or we had to get on top of the roof and move the antenna
Yeah.
to Milwaukee, Wisconsin and get like WTMJ.
Dorsett not playing. Martin not playing for the Cowboys. Cleveland leading.
Hold on.
Jane.
Here we
New
go.
York Marathon, and one of those who was waiting at the finish line was
Now, who is this? I don't remember her looking like this.
That's not Phyllis George. Phyllis George was like a sideline.
Kansas City by a
I think they replaced maybe they put a hot black girl in the replacement of Phyllis George or something like that. Look.
field goal. That game is in the first quarter. And Jane, how about the New York Marathon? How'd that turn out?
Well, Brent, more than 2 million people lined the streets earlier today to watch the New York Marathon, and one of those who was waiting at the finish line was Jack Whitaker. So now let's go to a report from Jack Whitaker.
It's just all a bunch of
She was Tarzan.
She was Miss Ohio.
Who was?
Jane.
Jane.
All right, I'm running way late. We're going to try to get into this NFL, or maybe we'll just move on. Should we just move on? Oh, did you guys know I got Roger Stone today at 8:30?
Yep.
Really?
Roger Stone today at
Oh, wow.
at 8:30,
That's
and there's
huge.
a lot going on.
Yeah.
From the FBI invasion to now, he's in the news where Alex Jones supposedly sent 3 pictures of Alex Jones's ex-wife nude to Roger.
Yeah.
I'm just going to open the interview up with Raj. If you want some nude pics of exes, I got them.
The Bubba Radio Network will return after this.
Maybe they're estranged.
Man, Lummy, way to fucking shit the bed on crap.
Can I pee on me?
Sure, go for it.
Damn. I tell you, you got to know I'm over here scrambling.
But you got Brett Favre.
Oh, it doesn't matter by far. I had like 5 seconds to switch out of a woman to a NFL Today.
Lover. I'm over here treading water, fucking just hung out to dry.
I was treading water. I was hanging out to dry. I have to watch the clip, and then I don't watch it.
It's okay,
it's a
buddy.
shit
It's
clip.
just, sometimes you strike out, buddy. You're still 3 for 4 with a double, you know?
Oh, they had P. Rose on.
I mean, you're still 3 for 4 with a homie.
But that one was a strikeout.
But you're 3 for 4 with a homie. I mean, right?
Yeah, but I'd rather go 4 for 4. not swinging a miss.
I mean, you go 4 for 4 sometimes, buddy.
Not today, though.
Yesterday, you were 4 for 4. Almost, you know what, Lummy? You almost hit the cycle yesterday.
Single, double, triple to homie.
Mm-hmm. And I think that's one of the rarest. How many are there?
I don't believe not that many.
Can you Google how many players have hit the cycle?
Since 1900.
How many?
302.
302?
Since 1876.
That's a lot.
Well, I mean, since 1876, though. That's what? 1876, 200.
$54.45 is where you mentioned Dan.
Okay, man. Thank you, buddy.
Yeah.
And then how about his dad?
That's the same.
54.
I believe so.
Good for 10, 12, and they'll slide on you. Or you'll do one of those little look passes right before you get to the line of scrimmage. I love when you used to do that.
Yeah, I was. Some worked, some didn't.
Most of them worked, though. But I bet you Holmgren got your ass when you got. That's not the play that was called. That little bull crap over, you know.
My first official pass in regular season was
I think so.
in Tampa, and I caught my first pass, which is a great trivia question.
I saw that. You caught it and they sacked you.
Oh, the 21.
Listen, Brett, I can't thank you enough. And we had your doctor on yesterday.
Good morning, Big Red.
And we got your ass when you got. That's not the play that was called.
Should be
that
going to
little
like
bull crap.
165. Good morning. Wayne 51 to
And I
you.
caught my first pass, which is a great trivia question.
I saw that. You caught it and they sacked
Unfortunately,
you.
I lost 70 yards.
Again, June.
Look at Blitz. He just gets my shit fucking. Now, see, that's a prep job right there, Lummy.
Yeah, Lummy.
Lummy, that's a goddamn prep job. You heard me talking about it. Fucking found it.
Well, I was actually looking at the Joe Rogan and that one with my closed caption, but then I had to get scrolled off to find Phyllis George, and then scrolled off that to go find NFL Today.
I know. You're working on some projects over there, Dave. You got
And your computer's slow.
I know you got a high workload, lover. Some days are easy, some days are hard.
Yeah.
Slow,
I
Well,
got you working, cuzzo.
I just found one that had 9 YouTubes open.
Would getting a new desktop help you out?
Hold on. Well, just
I'm asking.
I mean, maybe.
Okay.
But all I'm saying is, you know how it is when you put, and then they all autoplay, so they're all
No, I
playing at
know.
the same time, and I'm like, my thing's playing PBS right now.
Stomach.
Morning, Jay Gator.
I gotta tell me
Look at all the
to
cookies.
Shit.
Covering that with a fucking 10-foot pole.
I have way too many fucking windows open.
Say again?
No, I have way too many fucking windows open. I'm finding these windows like. Dr. Dan, do you need some Tums?
Yeah. We got Tums?
Bubba, do you have any Tums?
Why?
Dr. Dan's he's struggling over here.
Dan.
Got tummy ache.
Let's talk about this on the air.
now.
Let me. What do I got? What do I got? What do I got?
You got 2 stamps and 1 light stream.
2 stamps, 1 light stream,
Yep.
and then that financial guy.
Oh, yeah, TFF, I think
Well,
it
I
is.
got all this today. All right, we're gonna have to do it.
And I got that read for the Tarpons game.
Oh, can you get it to me?
Yeah. You want me to hand it to you now or wait?
Now.
Okay.
Oh, Jesus. Well, without killing yourself, lover.
Sorry, the belt's very heavy. I'm very weak.
Thank you, buddy. And I'm running way late, too. I'm a whole fucking hour behind. So we're going to have to short break it. Live from the Sunbelt Rental Studios, it's the Bubba the Love Sponge Show. If you got to go to the post office or the UPS store, you're wasting valuable time that you can be using to run your business and market better and touch your customers and think about what can move your business ahead. Schlepping to the post office and UPS is not in that equation, my friend. Skip the headaches and go to Stamps.com.
Promo code Bubba.
For more than 20 years, Stamps.com has been an indispensable tool for over 1 million businesses. And you get discounts that you just simply can't get anywhere else. 30% off the post office, 86% off on UPS. And all you need is a regular computer and printer, no special supplies or equipment. Well, Stamps.com seamlessly works with Shopify, Amazon, Etsy, eBay, and even more. You can even order your shipping supplies through Stamps.com for free, including free priority mail envelopes and boxes. Don't mail and ship the hard way. Sign up with Stamps.com right now. Use my promo code BUBBA for a special offer that includes a 4-week trial plus free postage and a digital scale. No long-term commitment or contracts. Go to Stamps.com.
Promo code Bubba.
Click on the microphone on the top homepage and type in Bubba. That's Stamps.com.
Promo code Bubba.
The Brett Favre interview is posted on both our YouTube and our Facebook. And I'm so sorry.
And there's a link on our Instagram story.
On our Insta.
Yeah, so you can just click the YouTube link. It'll take you right there.
Thank you, Anna.
Yep.
Doing quite well. I'd like to hear your comments if you go watch the Brett Favre interview.
A lot of positive
knowing
comments.
that I was a nervous wreck and I was just trying.
I'm proud of you for doing it.
Yeah, I'm just. So thank you for being proud.
If-
I did get some feedback from the great Doug Clem.
Oh, did
What
you?
did he say?
I've not forwarded any of my. I never send any of my stuff to my dad.
Right.
Never. Because you just don't know. And because I just don't.
Now, is he a big Brett Favre fan?
Oh yeah.
That's why Bubba's a Packers fan.
Yeah, I mean,
well, we know he's a Packers fan, but
no, but he's like, he still loves the Packers as much as he's ever loved the Packers. Like last year, he was real mad at Aaron Rodgers. Like, if you got a contract, you honor it.
Right.
You don't do the chicken stuff that he's doing right now. Like, seriously, Packers, you just care. And I was like, Lummy, I came from the school where I think the Packers need to do whatever they can to get Aaron Rodgers back on the team.
Oh, yeah, of course.
Including giving him some personnel decisions and things like that. Like, whatever Rodgers wants. And my dad came from the schools. Let's just trade him. Get what they can right now, what they can. They can probably get a couple first-rounders for him.
Well, remember even what Brett said when you asked him about that, and he's like, nope, that was a different era, and we stayed out of it.
I mean, did you hear that part, Dan, where Brett still was in his era of quarterbacking? It was still old school, where even if you were Brett Favre, that you couldn't walk up to your coach, Mike Holmgren, or the general manager, Ron Wolf, and say, hey, I think we should keep this guy, and we should maybe not keep this guy. We should go get this guy. They told him to sit out and shut up. It was just a different era, right?
It sure was.
And so, Dan, Blitz found me the part where I mentioned you and your dad.
I didn't know Ron Wolf worked for the Bucks too. Before the Packers.
Before the Jets, even.
Yeah, he was in the beginning.
Yeah. The Bucks weren't really good at analyzing talent back in the day. The Bucks are real good. I mean, the Bucks had Steve Young, right?
Yep.
The Bucks had Doug Williams.
Yeah.
The Bucks had Trent Dilfer, which I can understand Dilfer. The Bucks had
But
Vinny.
he went on to be all right, though.
I mean, yeah, Trent
He
went
won a
on.
Super Bowl.
Went
Yeah.
on. Exactly.
Well,
I mean, you're right.
He was a joke. He was a joke with Tampa.
Let me rephrase that. He didn't lose a Super Bowl.
Right.
It's not
That's
that
what I'm saying.
won
He
it.
did all right. Like,
Right. I mean, but I mean, too.
He was a joke here.
To be a joke in one town,
Right.
and then bring another town that hasn't been to the Super Bowl, and I mean, at that time the Ravens hadn't been to the Super Bowl. I don't think ever.
Well, besides when they were the Baltimore Colts.
Well, yeah, but the
As the
Baltimore
Ravens,
Colts
no.
aren't really the Baltimore Colts. The Baltimore Colts are really the Indy.
Exactly, yeah.
Right. So the franchise, the Ravens, can't even say when they used to be the Colts because that team has never been the Colts. So the only thing you can refer to as Baltimore Colt history is really Indianapolis Colt history, right?
True. Yes.
So Trent Dilfer's an ass bucket in Tampa, but he's good enough to take a town. I think at one time the Ravens were an expansion team, were they not? After Irsay took the Colts to Indy, I think Baltimore was awarded a team.
Yes, I
Well,
think
they
it
got
was
the
an
Browns.
expansion.
No, they got the Browns. The Browns moved there.
Oh, the Browns.
And then the Browns were awarded a team, which is why they've
All right,
stunk.
so you're saying now that
The Colts used to be the Browns?
no,
No.
the Colts. The Indianapolis Colts originally started in Baltimore and moved Baltimore to Indy.
Right, I knew that
And then
part.
Baltimore didn't have a team.
Yep.
So at that point, Cleveland
Yes.
moved the Browns to Baltimore and became the Ravens.
And then won a Super Bowl, I think, 2 or 3 years after they left Cleveland.
And then the Cleveland Browns were awarded a new franchise.
Correct.
By the league. So that was more or less an expansion franchise.
Correct.
So the Cleveland Browns and their heritage, like Jim Brown and all that, that's all really Ravens heritage?
Technically, yes.
Boy, that's kind of a cluster F, is it not?
That is, yeah. Because the Browns obviously still want that as their history.
So anyway, getting back to our original conversation, and that is Ron Wolf, the general manager that that bought the Packers to dynasty standards, in his first move. This was the first time I think he was going to be a general manager. I think he was an assistant general manager everywhere else, or a scout. And I think the Packers were the first team to give Ron Wolf or was he a general manager at the Jets?
I believe he was a general manager at the Jets.
Packers lured him away in '91, and he's the one that pulled the trigger on the Brett Favre trade. He'll always go down. That's Ron Wolf's legacy. We didn't know that Ron Wolf one of the first teams he played with or started scouting for were the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. And then we go back and say the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, they never know what they got. They always let everybody go.
He was a vice president of football operations for the Bucs.
Yeah.
I mean,
they should have let him stay. Right? Because, I mean, look what he did for the Packers.
And the Raiders.
Ron Wolf wouldn't have been shipping Steve Young out of here. I mean, what's the biggest person? I think that might be the biggest of all time that went on and did the most in the league would be Steve Young.
Well, yeah, I mean, obviously with the multiple Super Bowls.
So
Hall of
Steve
Famer.
Young didn't he start out as a Buccaneer?
Yeah, after the USFL shut down, he then joined the Tampa Bay Bucks.
Right, and
just
how many years was he the quarterback?
I want to say it was 2 years, and I believe they just I think they traded him for a draft pick.
We also had Bo Jackson, and Bo Jackson
never played it down for the Bucs.
But I hear, and a lot of people get mad at Bo Jackson. A lot of Buccaneer fans get mad at Bo Jackson, be like, yeah, you stiff the Buccaneers. Bo Jackson, in his defense, he told Hugh Culverhouse, the owner of the Bucs, do not draft me. Here, we're speaking here. You and I, face to face. Do not draft me because I will not play for you under any circumstances. And Hugh Culverhouse, I'm sure your dad would testify, thought that Bo Jackson was just bluffing and was just trying to get a little bit more money. And it's like, I got to have this player. We'll eventually get him signed. He'll eventually get over it, right? Where else is he going to do? Sit out a year?
Culverhouse thought that money could fix everything.
Right, and he also said, at that option as a player, your only option was to sit out a year. And no player wanted to do that out of college, right? Because no player could ensure the fact that he would have been the same player the year before, right?
Yes. Yeah.
He's now sat out. He may have gotten rusty. He may have lost some of his skill set. He's not been playing for a year. That usually doesn't bode well with your draft stock, right?
Correct.
So Hugh Culverhouse is like, listen, I know Bo Jackson told me not to draft him. He'll never play ever under zero circumstances, but I'm going to draft him. Well, Bo Jackson told him, I ain't coming. So the Bucks basically wasted. I mean, what other team completely wasted their number 1 overall pick?
The last time I remember a team really floundering like that was when, was it Ditka did it?
Oh, with Ricky Williams?
With Ricky Williams.
Well, no, but that was a trade. That was a trade, and he that was a trade that
he gave up everything
every
for
draft
one guy.
pick for one guy. But he at least got one guy for it.
Right.
The Buccaneers who had now it's the most coveted pick. It's the number 1 overall pick in the NFL. At that point, the world's yours. You can pick anybody you want. And usually, the team has a pretty good understanding of where they're gonna. They start. And the Bucks needed a running back. Did they not?
They needed a lot during those times.
Just imagine this though. Imagine if Bo Jackson would have come to the Bucks. And I mean, the offensive line was never the issue. It was always just our quarterback and our skilled positions. I mean, right? That's usually was the problem.
Yeah, wide receivers and quarterbacks.
Well, Bo Jackson, you don't need a good wide receiver on your team when you got Bo Jackson. Imagine Bo Jackson. He could have turned the Bucks around, right?
Yeah, he could have.
It would have made a big difference.
That would have been the same year.
His skill set would have been the same for the Bucks as it would have been for the Raiders, right?
Until he broke his hip.
That year would have been he would have been on with Steve Young.
Yeah, and so at that point, Steve Young handed off to this guy, and you can't mess that up.
Yeah.
And so the Bucks having Ron Wolf at one time doesn't surprise me. They let everybody go.
Yeah, they did.
Here's my mention of you and your dad. Listen, Brett, I can't thank you enough. And we had your doctor on yesterday, and we have a doctor on our show as well. Our doctor and our co-host of our show is named Dr. Dan Diaco. His dad was the longtime doctor for the Buccaneers, Dr. Joe Diaco.
Oh, okay.
So They were talking all about the concussion protocol and things like that. And boy, it would be neat if that guy's stuff, ends up going. I mean, it would probably. There you go. So there you go, Danny.
So he didn't have a hernia, I guess. So Dad didn't operate on him.
Right. You probably really only guys from all across the league, not just Buccaneers. Joe Diaco is recognized as, like, if you were a guy playing for St. Louis, for the St. Louis Rams back in the day, and you got a hernia, you got shipped down to Tampa.
Yeah, T.O. went to Tampa for his hernia.
Yeah, I mean.
He knew Dad. I was sitting next to him in a locker room. He's like, "Who are you?" It was a Buccaneer game against Dallas on a Thanksgiving. Oh, yeah. And Allstock got hurt, so I had to go with him to the X-ray. And apparently, T.O. had hurt a finger, which happens all the time.
He was in the X-ray room too.
Yeah, and he showed me his hands, and his hands are as bad as anyone's fingers. I mean, his fingers were so crooked and so
wide receivers' fingers. If they got like Brett Favre throwing at them,
yeah, they just get destroyed.
Right.
So he's like, "Who are you?" And I told him, he goes, "Diaco, your daddy fixed my hernia." So immediately he loved me.
And at that point, you're cool.
Right.
You're not just some stupid Italian looking for an autograph.
Right.
Hello.
That was the ticket.
What's up, guys? Florida Stanley.
Hey, Florida Stanley.
Hey, I'm calling mainly for Blitz and Dan. I'm doing the Corsa Florida rally, and it technically doesn't start until Friday morning in Tampa, but a bunch of us are already going to be in Tampa the day before. So tomorrow night at Riveters, there's going to be a huge pre-meet starting at 7 o'clock. So it'd be cool if Dan could bring the Ferrari, and I'm sure Blitz wouldn't mind coming and looking at all the cars.
We have a doctor on our show. Hold on. So sorry.
Yeah, tomorrow at Riveters.
What's Riveters?
It's a place right next to Space Odyssey. 2001. It's a restaurant.
Okay, I know where it's at.
It's a really nice place. It's actually pretty good.
They've been trying to make that a place for the longest time. The same people who own 2001 own that, and they were like, for years it sat vacant because they couldn't figure out what to do with it.
Yep.
It's called Riveters?
Yeah, it's Riveters.
So there's a big car. Is there a big car show coming to town or a rally or something?
Corsa rally.
What's that mean?
It's a Corsa rally. Yeah, it's just a bunch of rich dudes that get in their supercars and race around the state.
Now,
so there's going to be a bunch of. So the pre-meet is tomorrow. Today's Wednesday.
Do they race? Is it like a Cannonball Run deal where you got to for real, Blitz?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
What if they get pulled over by the cops?
Then they get a ticket, or they try to get out of it.
Pull over.
Yeah.
I mean,
pull over.
Is there a lot of tickets?
There can be. I mean, depends on how you drive and
it's a charity.
What kind of radios you
it's
got.
a charity too, isn't it? Usually charity based. These things like they
No.
give money so that the police aren't as
No,
upset.
it's sponsored, but it's all sponsors.
Okay.
It's just it's a bunch of high end like.
But I mean,
yeah,
are the course all highway? I mean, is it like from
Tampa.
here?
It's Tampa to
it's
Key
about
West.
1,000 miles. So it starts we go from Tampa to Orlando to Hollywood to Key West.
Right, and it's like it's just the first guy that gets there.
Well, no, they have to put in the disclaimer that it's not technically a race, even though I mean all the guys do. But it's not advertised as a race. It's just a bunch of high end cars that like to get on the highway and mess around.
They call it a rally.
Do they
Yeah.
stick? I mean, do they stick together? Like, we have one guy out there about 90, and then a guy, or do you got a guy like Dan that puts it in the left lane and passes a guy going 90 to go 150?
Well, there's that too. Yeah.
Yep. That's gonna be me.
It's like the ride from that one night we all rode home to your house, Bubba. It's like
Remember that?
It's like that for like 800 miles.
Oh my God! Can I tell the story of that?
Sure.
Well, listen, I'm gonna
When is this thing and where is it? Oh, you told me where it is, but what time is it?
It's tomorrow night at 7. It starts at Riveters. And that's just the pre-meet. I don't think that the actual start of the rally on Friday morning is public knowledge. So if Blitz wants to take me off air, I can tell you guys where the start is. That way you can see everybody leaving Tampa on Friday morning if you're not.
I don't think Blitz is going to be in town.
I'd say I would do it if I was in town.
You're not going to be in town
He's going to be blasting
No,
on in a hotel room in Daytona.
I think Dr. Dan really wants to do it though.
Well, yeah, Dan. So tomorrow night at Riveters at 7 is when it starts.
Okay.
All right, buddy.
All right, thanks.
Thanks. Here's the story. I owned a nightclub with Fabrizi called the Coliseum off of Almerton.
Mm-hmm.
And I was there. And in Splits, it's when I had that black Jaguar.
The convertible?
Yeah.
XKR?
Which was pretty fast.
Yeah,
I mean,
especially when it was new.
I mean, it was pretty, well, until we beat it up, right?
On the turn, and it was probably down about 30 or 40 horsepower.
Yeah, it might have been. So anyway, I had that, and I don't know what Jay had. What'd Jay have?
He had his Jag XKR, right?
Right. And then what'd you have?
I had a
Porsche.
Aston.
No, you had an Aston Martin.
I had my Aston.
Right. And so
And Jimmy had a Mercedes?
Jimmy had a Mercedes like 500 or something.
Or yeah.
550.
Allegedly.
A 550.
Allegedly a 550.
Whatever. No, Jimmy was. I'm the one that put different decals on it. Jimmy never did. So we all we got, in full disclosure, we had some chicks that were going to meet us over at my house for a hot tub party.
No.
So yeah,
I love those.
In that tub.
And I forget who, Bingo or somebody had a big van, or they were going to bring the girls were going to meet us, or somebody was going to. There's like two or three carloads of girls, and somebody was going to pace them and show them how to get in, through the guard gate and all that kind of stuff. And us guys were going to drive our individual cars to my place. Well, we take off and get on 19, and then Blitz get on 275.
Mm-hmm.
And at one time, me, Dan, Jay, and Jimmy were about 150 to 160 over by the Trop and going around those corners. I think, what'd we get? I think all of us were running about 160, 165.
Kilometers per hour.
Yes, exactly. Right. And then I really probably shouldn't talk about the festivities thereafter.
The Bubba Radio Network will return after this.
There's some Tums in the kitchen. I'll be right back.
Oh, I forgot to ask you. I forgot to talk about your fucking
tummy ache.
What's wrong?
Oh, I'm okay. I don't think it's anything big. It's just continuation of the morning.
You want some Pepto?
I think,
Oh. Good morning, Mr. Graham. Let me see if I see Big Red. Hello to me. Nope. Interesting. Haas 83, good morning. Morning, Uncle Eric. What's up, Glenn Longnecker?
You are. You can get me right where I need to be every time.
Good morning.
The fuck? How do I miss my mouth? I got the biggest fucking mouth in the world. I throw a
Morning,
pump in my
Brian
mouth and
Bookover.
it vanishes. The
Is
fuck?
that it? Is that wiping it?
How the fuck do I lose a pill?
Is it the Tums?
Yeah. I literally threw it in my mouth. And
Let me get
here it is
this.
on my chair. Sure this is clean.
Got it.
I got it. I gotta show the Bubba something. I promise I'll show him.
You're catastrophic. A little disappointed in Big Red, but you know, it's alright.
You're disappointed in Big Red?
I mean, I see how it is. Bubba's Poop
wrong?
Nuts, good morning.
Is there a problem in paradise?
Will do Bubba's Poop Nuts.
Good
No,
morning,
he's a busy guy. He's a busy guy. No, he's a busy guy these days. Yeah, you can only
He's got shit to do.
say hello to one.
you
Will,
mad at
44
him?
months. So I'm close.
Mad at him?
Sammy Speed, good morning. No, never. He's mad at me, probably.
He's mad at you.
Probably.
Who could be mad at you?
Big Lunger, good morning. That's right, Rudy. Dr. D for president. One through is, no is all day. Maybe the person you said hello to knows it too. I don't know anyone's. I don't even know Walker's.
Birthday?
Yep.
That's okay.
Good morning, Watchfinder
Wow.
Ray. Don't make concussions.
Me? What the fuck did I do?
Bitch.
I'm a bitch now?
No.
Damn it.
You're not a bitch.
You mad at me? Watch one
Where'd
really
you- Where
good.
is the Gold Egg Glare?
Oh, I need to put Roger Stone's on at 8:30. Hey. Let's put that on the things. Okay.
Morning, Grumpy, the Love Salon Sponge.
We'll do this color now.
So catastrophic. Which one, Trog? Did you send it to me? Morning, Sicilian Redneck. Awesome truck. Good morning, Bumpy Esquire. Good morning.
I already feel better. It was like instant.
Oh, you'll be. That's the
Nice recipe.
202.
So I put a smile on your face, Bob?
Oh fuck yeah! You probably can't talk about that though. Can you?
Okay. No, probably not.
Vaguely?
Nah.
None at all.
Okay. I don't know. It's not worth the extra. It's not worth the trouble.
I can't even say that.
Nah, we're not gonna do an Alex Jones.
They got it. I got it, buddy. We're really when talking right now too. Driving everybody crazy. What the fuck are they talking about? What are they talking about?
No, your beeswax.
What's up, Redbeard?
God, I'm fucking hungry.
Uh-oh.
Oh, I almost brought baked good in too, but I knew you were gonna hate it, so I didn't bring it in.
Oh.
You would have hated it. It's 8:30 a.m. is Roger Stone. You said it right?
Yes, 8:30. 1 hour.
Yep.
I'm way late too. I'm a whole break behind. Fuck. And you know we'll go wrong with Roger, so.
Long, you mean?
We'll go wrong and long, probably.
Okay. All
What's up,
right.
Country Girl? Redbeard, Dark Pack T, 29 months.
All right.
Live from the Sunbelt Rental Studios, it's the Bubba the Love Sponge Show. A lot of people looking for used cars right now. The economy sucks, and so you just can't go new, Willie. You got to go used, quality used. And car shopping is exhausting, especially if you're buying a used car right now, and then you got to try to line up the financing. You go cut your deal, you finally find what you want, and then you got to deal with that person in the finance department. Well, Lightstream makes it easy for people to get great credit. Their philosophy is simple. You've worked so hard to build great credit, so they're going to work hard to give you a good rate and a good experience as well. You can apply online within minutes and get your loan anywhere from $5,000 to $100,000 on the day that you apply in some cases. Get a loan and buy a used car from a dealership with rates starting at 3.99% APR with auto pay and excellent credit. Apply now, TheBubbaArmy, and get a special interest rate discount. Go to lightstream.com
/BTLS.
That's LIGHTSTREAM.com
/BTLS.
Subject to credit approval. Rates range from 3.99% APR to 9.49% APR. Include a 0.50% auto pay discount. Lowest rates require excellent credit. Terms and conditions apply, and offers are subject to change without notice. Visit lightstream.com /BTLS for more information. Wayne Townsend, Ashley Trick of Knees, and Neil Mount Plaisir, all on the Venmo, Cash App, and PayPal, all at the Bubba Army. Everything we do is pretty much at the Bubba Army. Lummy, we crushed the 47,000 on the YouTube yesterday. Thank you.
You can go live now. Columbus.
I can go live for my chicken sandwich review on Thursday at 5 p.m.
Has there been any talk of where?
No, not at all.
Okay.
I said I texted Sumo yesterday. I goes, don't forget it. He goes, I got you. But quit bugging me about the damn chicken sandwich. I got you. I know where we're going. I said, they have to have a drive-through. Yeah. Place out there by the everything out by the interstate has every franchise you can take of known to man. So maybe I don't know if there's a Bojangles in Columbus. Probably not. Probably not.
Yeah, I just wonder if there was anything that's like just around there.
Yeah, like Indiana specific, like for instance, my buddy Pat O'Connell used to own a franchise that was Indiana specific. It was called Pizza King, and he had 6 stores, and there's like 53 total stores, but I think they're all in Indiana, called Pizza King. And they had this one pizza called the Royal King, and it's like Warsaw had 2 Pizza Kings. I think Columbus might have a Pizza King, but sometimes regional, like that Main Coast Pizza, Dan.
Well, they offered me 30 franchises in Florida, so I need to get with Tom Bean on this one.
Hold on. No, like for real.
For real.
Because Tom owns almost 100+ Domino's.
I know.
And so.
Yeah. Yeah. Exactly. They offered me all of Florida. They said 30 stores.
Jeez. Are you thinking about doing it?
I almost said a bad word. Yes. Yes. F yes.
Wow. Would you quit being a lawyer and quit being a doctor?
Nah. I'll do this all the time.
Just have Tom Bean as your partner.
Yeah, just have Tom Bean. Come on, Tom. What's another 30?
He'll staff it. Right?
Yeah,
I don't know if within his Domino bylaws it allows him to be. It may prohibit a lot of big time franchisees like Domino's, McDonald's, the big ones, the real big ones. A lot of times they have strict rules that you can't be part of another.
We'll have Regina
franchisable deal.
We'll have Regina be the partner.
Yeah, whatever. Are you thinking? So is this a Steve and Jay deal too?
I think we'd all have to be involved. It's a massive project. They're saying it's about $700 a store to open it. So I also have my friend Jack, who has opened up multiple pizza restaurants.
Plus Jeff Cheragante.
Yes, Jeff's another guy that I would consider in this. Although Jeff hasn't invited me to any of his restaurants to be a part of at any time ever for 20 years.
Hold on.
Is that hurt your feelings?
Yeah, I think. Hold on. I think deep down it kind of does.
Yeah.
Because he asked Jay to be part of this new one that he's doing on West Shore.
I didn't get any invitations.
I think he's asked Steve's on every one of them.
Mm-hmm. Steve's partners in some of his earlier stores. He was partners in some of the real estate deals. I got offered nothing. So here's it back.
Are you?
Man, he doesn't like you.
Are you thinking that Jeff might not like you?
It's not about that. I don't know. Who
Well,
knows?
I mean-
Jeff likes me. I mean, he needs me.
Well,
I'm teasing. I love Jeff. I've known Jeff for 40 years. I love Jeff. He's family.
Hold on.
He's
You're
family.
just Dan.
I'm
you're running loose right now.
Yeah, I'm playing.
I mean, you're running loose, man.
Yeah.
You're getting ready to get a Steven Diaco text immediately.
I know. I love
Because
Jeff.
the thing about it is, what you just said gets embellished to Jeff,
Right.
and then Jeff goes to Steve, and then it gets tripled embellished.
Right.
And then Steve didn't even hear it, but then he has to get a hold of you and get all up your ass
He's
about
gonna
what.
drive to your house.
Yeah, well, he's on vacation for the entire month of August.
Oh, right,
Yeah,
right,
and he
right.
climbed up Dad's yesterday.
He climbed up who?
Dad's ass yesterday.
Joe?
Yeah.
Daddy Joe?
Well, there was a medication issue. Dad and Steve had a system. Now, you know how old people are.
He gets really locked in on a system.
They get locked in on their systems.
Hold on. I get locked in on my systems. Like, if anything in my world's a little bit disturbed or different, I'm flipped out on the deal.
Yeah, well, it's only going to get worse.
And you are too, Dan.
Mm-hmm.
So, okay, Disco Joe's locked in on a system.
Steve doesn't like it.
Okay, well, Joe does.
And Steve decides to change it. And so Dad comes back from Jersey, and Steve and Dad are trying to do FaceTime, trying to understand how to do the medicine, and the FaceTime's not working.
I wish I
because
could have seen
Dad
that.
doesn't have a good secure or a good high-speed connection, and so it's all choppy, and they're misunderstanding each other, and it just turned into
I
a thing.
wish. Did Joe throw the computer?
I
God
don't
damn
know.
it, Steve!
I wish I had video of it.
How
Old
he
people
did.
technology is great.
And then Steve always doubles down with Joe. Like, Steve hardly. Now, listen, out of all of you baby face quickly with your dad,
Yeah.
and so does Jay.
Mm-hmm.
But Steve, he kind of doesn't, right?
Right.
I mean, like, he kind of gives Joe back at it. Like, Steve's more abrasive with your dad than any of you.
Right, but
Right?
we'll scream at us for being abrasive.
Right. But, I mean, for some reason, your dad and him butt heads, and Steve doesn't back down like everybody else does, but Steve doesn't.
Yeah.
So what happened?
Well, they just got into it, and Dad's like, I'm not in Steve's favor today. And then, when you tell the story, he had dinner over at the house with Bella last night. And so, Bella was laughing about how Steve was so stiff with Dad because she knows.
Who had dinner with Bella?
Bella and Dad had dinner with us.
Oh.
And so we had.
And Bella's probably one of his favorites. And so he starts talking to Bella, and he's telling that Uncle Steve was a real a-hole, and he's full hot on Uncle Steve. And so now Bella's in on the deal too, right?
Exactly.
Now,
yes.
does word get back to Steve that Pops is heated across the street?
Probably by now. You know how it works.
Now, so then did Joe, because it's involving medicine and you're a doctor, did Joe then try to get you as an ally? I'm telling you right now, Dan, you tell Steve, as a doctor, damn it, we're going to do it this way. Like, he
did try to get me on his side. I'm staying out of this one. I think they figured it out. I think they got it figured out. So it's hard, though, because, again,
so what you're
when old
saying,
people take
hold on,
pills,
but what you just said, I can now interpret that Steve's right, but I understand Dad's willingness not to change. I think that's what this is
he's
all
stubborn,
about.
and people don't like to change, and especially when you have a system. My mom's got a system with her pills. My aunt has a system with her pills. Dad's got his own system. Everyone's got their own little
I got my
reminders.
system with my pills.
Right,
246.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Classic.
Bubba?
What?
Jay has a different story on a couple things here in
Oh.
chat. He said one that he's Dr. Dan has been offered everything that
Zero.
they've done.
That's totally
He said
untrue.
Jeff-
Tell Jay to call in. Tell Jay to call in.
I like to see it. Really.
Tell Jay to call
He
in.
said Jeff will squash you, Dr. Dan.
That's fine.
And then he said that he's the one who had to go
call
over
Jimmy.
and save the day for your dad.
When Jay's
What?
coming in like a
Wow.
real heel right now.
Jeez.
I mean,
He said
He's
Steve
coming in
called
like a
me within
real
15
heel.
minutes, and I was at Dad's house in 30 minutes.
man, he says Dan's in here telling out of line stories, and that Jeff Chirigante has offered you a piece of
He hasn't.
everything.
He has not. That's
And that-
absolutely a lie.
and that
Zero.
He's the one.
You could have got me the recipe for that broccoli that Taco Dirty has. Damn you, Dan.
Dr. Dan's holding out on it.
I got to go into words, but man, if we could get Jay on,
Dude, that's real
on
heat,
the
and I like
backside, let me see if we can get Jay on the
All right.
backside, okay?
The Bubba Radio Network will return after this.
Oh, Dan's disgusted.
Was he trying to wink, nudge you?
I don't know, but no one offered me shit.
No, he's in chat. No, that's what
No
I
one
mean.
offered
Like,
me
like
shit.
yes,
Dan,
he
hold on.
did
Dan,
offer
don't
you.
waste all this for.
Okay.
Oh no, he wasn't directing it to me. Chad
And no
said
texting
Jay
him
is-
either.
I'm not texting anybody.
Jay is.
I'm just going to sit here, drink my Monster, and get my tummy right.
How was your tummy?
It's doing backflips. It feels like it's a blender. Huh?
Did you have Indian food?
No, we had Ramina food. It was pretty normal food.
I tried to poison you.
Maybe it's the Drano she's putting in my food. Yeah,
Oh, like
no
that doctor?
shit.
Like
Yeah, I saw that article.
The dermatologist lady that he started videoing her because he didn't feel right.
She's putting rat poison in my food.
Yeah.
Speaking of food, there'll be Chick-fil-A here at 8.
Oh, really?
For everybody, yes.
Dr. Dan.
Even now, can we make a rule that Blitz is served first?
Blitz is served first, and I got Anna just an English biscuit because I know she doesn't eat buttholes and eyes and mouths.
So, but I want Blitz to be first. Get what he wants because he got shafted last time.
I got everybody a sandwich, and I got 2 of those little minis, 2 or 3 minis. I got 5 sandwiches, 2 or 3 minis, some hash browns, and a English biscuit for Anna.
Thank
There's not much there without chicken in it.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's
being
okay.
Chick-fil-A and all.
Right.
I want to get you something.
Thank you.
You can have some of the hash browns if you want to.
That's okay. I won't get this. I've been fasting since. Oh, Bubba, I ate at like 2:15 yesterday. I'm on 246.
I found an article in your prep. I don't know if it was in your prep or if it was.
Oh, it was.
About the ideal time to eat.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I saw that, but I didn't get to it. What time is it?
It's at 3 p.m.
Oh, see, I'm
You're on it, man.
All right.
That's why Bubba's the man.
You are dead on it.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, we're gonna do that financial thing.
Okay.
What's up, Skizziter?
Next break. Financial. Damn, I 111.
Ate so early. Then I got my ass whooped.
I'm on clenbuterol. Yeah, I have a clenbuterol overdose.
But not as bad as I thought.
I got nowhere
It's
else
not
to
Bubba's
go.
fault, 27 months. Good morning,
So much money, Willie.
Scooter.
Organic Gene, good morning.
It's not Bubba's fault. It's not Bubba's fault. 27 months.
What's up, Mr. Grimm? 1911. Nth kid. Dark match. What's up, Big Red?
Big Red, where you been? We have Bubba 199
Red
next
Beard.
Good morning,
Friday.
J-Boy.
What's up,
300.
Chickney?
Good morning.
Yeah, Big Longer.
It's been great.
What's up, Jay Bowler?
Mr.
Facebook and
Bubba.
YouTube been great. Don't forget
What's
the
up, Possum
podcast,
Trot?
everybody.
Jay Gator?
Please go get the podcast. We probably need to
Someone
put the
wants
Brett
to see
Favre
her.
Interview as just a straight
Finn
podcast.
212.
Oh, yeah.
What's up, Elm
Remind-
Close?
Ask Blitz to do that for me.
Yes, sir.
Or just tell him I suggested it.
He said 2 thumbs up.
Perfect. Did you ask for the address so we could send some stuff?
JK
Yes, I did.
H33 Dole. Thank you.
We could probably look it up.
Oh, yeah.
Biz his.
It's kind of be weird.
Little
He
crazy.
gets a big package.
From BubbaArmy.
Thanks, Napa
Yeah.
Mike.
The Corsa rally.
Okay. Troglodyte, thanks. Diaco Pizza. Thanks.
How many franchises did you say you were getting?
He said it could be up to 30.
Well, I mean, you got to definitely open up one in the,
Well, I
in
got
the
the
Threshers,
Orlando.
the Philly
It
spring
needs
training, like they do with the other state, that one in Philly.
that stadium. Do what they want them to do year round out of that stadium. They want them to do deliveries off season out of that stadium.
Really?
Mm-hmm. They wanted them to open 2 more, like, counters at the stadium. They have 1. They want them to have 3, and keep 1 open year round.
Have you ever heard of that conspiracy of Tartaria?
What's-
The Lost Empires.
Went away.
I got kind of sucked into that for a second.
What's
I
the matter
feel
with
really
it?
dumb.
Oh, I got sucked into I killed my dad.
What?
The Netflix. I didn't kill my dad, or I killed my dad, I think it's called.
Oh.
Was it good?
Yeah, I'm gonna write it down and talk about
Speaking of dads, was your dad frustrated about the Salt Flats being canceled, and why were they canceled?
it. Oh, I didn't know they were canceled.
Someone said on chat that the Bonneville Salt Flats was canceled.
My dad just sent me pictures from there last week.
Well, that doesn't make sense.
Oh, because of rain. It postponed it till Monday.
Oh, so it wasn't canceled, it was just a postponement? Oh, okay.
That's it. Canceled the year's festivities. Oh, yeah. It looks like it's canceled. It got canceled due to weather. The speed week. Speed week canceled.
Yeah, you gotta think if that ain't dry, man, you can't run on that shit.
No. Slushy
Yeah,
salt doesn't sound good.
Yeah, the speed week's canceled because of weather. Unforeseen weather conditions.
It's unforeseen.
Oh, it's flooded. Yeah.
Global warming. Oh yeah, Wayne 51. They love those things.
So during Speed Week, can you take any car you want on there?
Early 1973,
just pay a little something.
Yeah, you can. They have different categories, but yeah, you can. You know, like you can take your Ferrari out there.
So do they? And Bob, forgive my ignorance on this, but did they like grade it the whole before the week?
Yeah, they'll just run cars up back and forth, smash it down.
Okay.
Yeah, we'll talk about it.
Live from the Sunbelt Rental Studios, it's the Bubba the Love Sponge Show. Are you buried in bills and you're trying to keep up with all the credit cards, all your loans, all your internet loans, your timeshares? Inflation is all kicking us in the ass, and maybe your debt is as well. Let's face it, these politicians that created all of this don't care about us deal. The bottom line is you can get total financial freedom. Total Financial Freedom has been in business for 15 years, and if you're having issues with debt or you want to lower your monthly payment, that's what they do. They're A+ rated with the Better Business Bureau. No complaints. You can trust these people. The bottom line is, if you need more information, you can also get a copy of the book written by their CEO, Debt Dietitian. Call 866-844-7344. That's 866-844-7344. Total Financial Freedom. Thank you. Dan was asking me a bunch of questions about Bonneville. My dad, the great Doug Clem, the ultimate Kong, that's what we used to call him, Kong, because if we were too loud, he would come out of his door like King Kong and whip all of our asses. Lummy, remember that Chewbacca mask we used to have?
Yeah.
That Bald Bull would wear?
Yeah. Wow.
Well, I found it.
Oh, nice.
And guess who absolutely goes 1,000% bonkers?
Merch Craig.
Bella.
Bella. Bella, is a little puppy, and she wants to, but she blits her hair on the back of her. It's like she wants to bite this thing.
Right.
So I put it on. Of course, I terrorized her with it yesterday.
Yeah, why wouldn't you?
You put it on and you go, and she's like, she gets down and I almost had to stop because I was afraid she's going to tear my face off and if she was to take a lunge at me, you couldn't blame her.
Yeah, no.
Because I'm scaring her. It's probably what Lummy did to Fletch. Was that his name? Turner?
Yeah, Turner and Hooch. No,
yeah,
Fletch.
Hooch.
What was his name?
Fletcher.
Fletcher?
Yeah.
Rest in peace, Fletch, huh?
R.I.P.
Anyway, Dan, we were talking about something in the hot mic, and I told you to save it. I forget what it was.
The stuff with Jay.
The stuff with
Jay.
Yeah.
And his tummy issues.
We haven't heard what your dad thought about the video yet.
Yeah, no.
Doug said, good video. You did a really good job.
Awesome.
Oh,
Jay's calling in.
Finally. Father
I yearn
approval.
for his acknowledgement.
Also, I've been looking at restaurants in Columbus, fast food places. There's a Freddy's there that we don't have here. The closest one around here is in Bradenton or something.
Right, Freddy's.
And they also have White Castle there, which maybe not for chicken, but
yeah,
be good. We don't have any of those around here.
Yeah, we don't. White Castle is disgusting.
Well,
I like it.
A lot of people like it.
Oh,
it is disgusting, but maybe you should go there.
Maybe you should get half.
Hello.
First.
Hey, Sumo, let's get high and go to White Castle.
There you go.
Sounds like a great idea.
Bubba and Sumo go to
Hello.
White Castle.
This is Jay.
It is.
Oh, damn.
The great Jay Diaco. Jay,
So it's not quite-
is Dan telling out of turn stories here?
No, it's not quite as big a whodunit as it would appear. Danny's right about what happened with Dad last night. The only part he didn't hear was what happened when I went. So Dad was getting accosted by Steven because Steve thought he couldn't use the FaceTime. He's like, I'm looking at Dad's nostril. I need you to go over there and make sure that I can do it. And so
By the way,
I
I love Jay's impersonation of Steve. It's real swagger, like he talks out the side of your mouth. I love when you impersonate Steve. It's real authoritarian.
That's the way it is.
Do it again. Do it again.
You gotta do it.
What order did you get yesterday? Go ahead. Do his impersonation. Go ahead.
Hey, Jay, I need you to go over to Dad's house right now. why? What's going on? Because I'm looking at his damn nostril, and I'm trying to get his meds, and he can't do the damn FaceTime right. And I'm like, Steven, just give the guy a break. And he's like, I'll call you in 10 minutes.
I'll call you in 10 minutes. I'm standing by. Yeah, I'm going to have to go over there.
And that means for 10 minutes he yelled at Dad.
Right.
That's what it means. And Danny and I both been on the receiving end of that. Not a lot of fun. So
Did Joe finally tell him to shove it up his ass? I'm done with you, Steve?
I could tell when I got there my dad was on his last wit's end. He was done. And so I go in the bathroom, and I try to do what Steve's doing, and I'm having sketchy service. And now Steve's yelling at me like I'm 10. I said, Steven, there's no service here. I don't care. This is where we're doing it. So that's when I did the old, and I grabbed all the medicine.
Tell me you didn't. Tell me, and you know what? Steve would be the only one that would fall for that too. The most non-technical of all.
I'm like, right now.
Jay, quit, Jay. I can't hear you. What'd you say, Jay?
Right, hold on. Oh, now I can hear you. So I just went in the kitchen, and then I abided by Steven's rules, which were not Dad's rules, and I got FaceTime working, and we got everything cool, and Dad's medicine was fine. And it was so intense that half an hour later, my dad called me, and he said, Jay, I just want to ask, was I acting childish? Literally, he's 80-something years old, and I said, no, Dad, the only person acting childish was your son.
Okay, great.
So,
oh, now, hold on. Welcome. Wait till Steve hears this. Wait till Steve hears that you just flipped
Steve's
out
out of town, thank God. He means well. Danny and I have both been on the receiving end of this. When Steve is in the mode, he just says things, and you just do it. He doesn't mean anything by it. All he wanted to do is make sure Dad's meds were good.
All right, now, what about this big Jeff Garagante has never asked has offered Danny a piece of anything, and Danny, quite frankly, just got blurted out. We didn't know. It must really be bugging Danny because he just blurted it out of nowhere. So obviously it's something that's kind of been in Dan's crawl for a while.
Say, hey,
What? Jay, you literally just broke up.
Okay. He said, Jay, I have an opportunity. I want to be able an investor. And I know that right now I can get something from you and it won't hurt you. It doesn't need to. I could call Jeff right now and say, hey, Jeff, will you give Dan the same deal I got? Yes.
Yeah, but hold on,
So Dan,
Danny's old school, where he wants the guy should have asked him.
Especially a year and a half ago when
I'm on Dan's side so far.
I'm on Dan's side too. Dan doesn't want to get shoehorned in on a J umbrella. He wants to be on his own.
Hey, Bubba, you just found out about this party that we're having, this raging party. You want to go? It's tomorrow. I said everyone else have written an invitation, Bubba, but we're just going. Do you want to come? Just now that you heard about it, you busted us on it.
No, it's that kind of invitation.
This is where I'll get a little heat.
Okay, hold on.
The party has a cover charge.
Yeah, no doubt.
Okay, and I could cover the cover charge.
Yeah, I could have too.
And you could.
So I could have. And so again, you don't want to be Jay.
Hold on.
Dan, I'm just saying this. Would you
Jay,
like the deal?
I'm right on this one.
I can get you the deal
I'm
right
right
now.
on this one.
Dan, you could have your feelings hurt. We call that on the Bubba the Love Sponge show hurt feelioma.
Oh, Jay.
So if you'd like to have hurt feelioma because it's Jeff Pagani, then that's fine. You could be over there on the MJ Island.
Jay. Hold on, is this Jay or Steve I'm talking to? Because this is a real heat. I mean, that man.
I've never known Jay to be so sensitive.
It's not about being sensitive, Jay. Jay, I got one offer as an afterthought a year afterwards.
Let me finish my sentence.
20 years you've been doing this.
Hey, Gary. Let me finish my sentence. Danny, will you please let me finish my sentence?
Danny, you might take
Let me set up the
I
Bubba
could
God.
call Jeff Pagani right now, and I could get him the exact deal because Jeff loves Danny like a brother.
But it's
so he
not
shouldn't
the
go on the
same.
radio and talk
It's called
about
a pity
Jeff
deal.
Pagani. I'm giving him opportunity.
But hold on, Jay. But Jay, I see. By the way, I love your heat and I love your facts and I love the way you're bringing it right now. But listen, but it's not. I love your facts. I love your heat and I love the way you're bringing it. Okay, buddy. I love everything about what you're saying. But
I'm in war mode. I'm sorry.
But if I can stick up for my boyfriend, and it just as a man is different when you're offered the deal when everybody else is offering it. Compare it into maybe getting a pity offer a year. That's
exactly.
Just,
that's what it is. A pity offer.
Now, hold on, now, Dan. I'm on your team, so shut up. Shut up.
I'm agreeing.
And so it just feels like it, and it's not. It is. It's kind of hurts your feelings.
It's when you hear about the party and confront the person. They go, "Oh, come on, you know you're always invited."
Exactly.
So Dan knows that obviously his dynamic isn't the same with Jeff as you and Steve's are, and he just knows that. He just knows that.
That's not true. Danny and my relationship with Jeff is almost identical.
Well,
I have the same relationship with Jeff that Danny does.
Okay.
And
Danny, but did I lay it out right, Danny?
You laid it out.
All I'm saying is that at this point, knowing a guy for 35 years, you shouldn't get hurt filioma because you weren't invited to something that, of course, you were invited.
Yeah,
But he did. He did.
What Jay's saying is, Dan, if you beg hard enough, they'll let you in on the deal.
Exactly.
Not beg hard enough. I can make one phone call and say, Jeff, Danny's got.
So if you beg a little bit,
But hold on, it's not.
Dr. Dan
But
beg.
Jay, it's not the same. You shouldn't have to have made that phone call. Danny should have been given the deal when you and Steve were given the deal. If you're going old school on it,
Exactly. That's all I'm saying. That's what I was saying,
Why don't we
Jay.
set a lunch up with Jeff? And
okay.
Why don't we set a lunch up with Jeff and you can tell him that?
Danny doesn't want to. Danny's over it at this point. He's like,
That's all I'm saying is, even if say that were true, which is not true.
But it is true.
Well enough to know.
Yeah, you guys can go to Jay's new restaurant.
Hold on. Not only is it true, Jay, it did happen. That's the way it transpires. Like
Exactly.
We can't get into a wordsmith game where we go, we'll say that that's true, but it's not true.
bet
But
you
it is fundamentally true because that's how it's history. That's how it happened. We can't change that.
Exactly.
No, I have to go back and look because I'm almost positive there's an initial text from Steven to both of us. I'm almost positive.
No, that's not
Which
there.
is fine. Yeah. Oh,
Danny,
yeah.
Not there.
Danny,
Oh, yeah,
Danny,
No, there's zero chance.
Danny,
I guarantee you.
Danny, if there was a text, then I'd have to absolutely flip-flop applesauce and be on Jay's team.
Well, yeah, but Dr. Dan says zero chance, and
Bubba,
Jay
I am
says
90
he thinks there is one.
No, I'm 95% sure because that's the way this goes down.
Well, Dr. Dan
Can we
says
go back in the
0%.
National Archives and find it?
Hey, Dan.
Uh-oh.
Dan's
Who
on the
owns
phone.
part of my building?
Dan's on the phone.
He's on the
Dr.
phone.
Dan's on the phone.
Oh, hold on.
Because I asked you to join me.
It's our foods here. The guy was
I
calling.
thought it was Jeff
Okay.
Cherry. I
It's a medical
thought it was Jeff Cherry. I thought it was
He's
Jeff
delivering
Cherry
our
content
food.
saying, I'm going to whip your ass
sorry.
down today, bitch.
See, I'm coming 20 minutes early so Dan can finish and Dan and I can finish this.
Okay, we'll see.
Oh, he's
and
standing at
we'll,
the gate.
We'll see you in a little bit. We're going to have Roger Stone on, too. So.
Awesome. All right.
We'll
Enjoy
see.
the Chick-fil-A. Dan, I love you, buddy.
You too, Bo.
Ooh, those were quick. That was quick little fleeting whippy-os.
Yeah, I like how Jay's
Danny,
like, hey.
Danny, I think I was perfectly not.
You exactly right, Bubba. Your perspective is exactly how I see it and how I felt about
Yeah,
it.
you're right. Yeah, I'm with Dan on this
Yeah,
one.
Dr. Dan.
Well, be
he
invited
said
to the party even
0%
if you don't want to
chance.
go.
Well, listen, we
He
need to
never
probably
got
not
the
talk about
invite.
this. It's only
He's
going to
got
make it worse.
45 restaurants. There's just one alleged text about one deal, one time over the last 25 years. How many restaurants do you have? 15? 20?
We got to find that text
30?
if it
But
exists.
you might not be a partner. You being a partner might not be the best thing
well,
for him.
maybe I'll offer Jeff a piece of it 2 years into it.
Oh.
The Bubba Radio Network will return after this.
I'm gonna infuse.
I want food.
Are you feeling better with your tummy?
90% better, Bubba.
Perfect.
Thank you, Dr. Bubba.
Blitz first.
Blitz first. It's the rule.
Blitz first.
Happy birthday to you. Bubba, you know his birthday's today?
Who?
Big Red.
For real?
Yeah, happy birthday, Big Red.
Happy birthday, Big Red.
What a stud he is.
I love him.
Everyone in chat should just sing happy birthday to him.
Yeah,
right now.
that's fucking Hall of Famer right
That's
there.
right. There's Uggs. Good morning.
That's Hall of Famer right there.
Hall of soon to be guaranteed locked in Hall of Famer. Big Red. Joe Vaz. Happy birthday, Big Red. Happy birthday, Big Red. Happy birthday, Big Red. Happy birthday.
I got one more stamps and I'm done, right?
Yes, sir.
You know what? I might just read it and get it done with. Let me be done with it.
Be done, be done. Happy birthday, Big Red. Happy birthday, Big Red. Happy birthday.
I got one.
Did you get yours?
Yeah, yeah.
Did you get everything you wanted?
I did. I guess sandwich and hash browns is exactly what I wanted. So. Thank you.
Perfect.
That comes with an onion maker. Both of you
Yeah,
guys are
I'm
right.
come on. Thank
Fantasy.
you, buddy. Yep.
Might need 1 or 2 spots. Maybe. Give you a Brando 1,000 bits. What I need to do is get everyone the pay and then see who has it and then kick them up for the draft. Kayfabe McGillicuddy, good morning. Here's a big birthday to the Greg. DDP for life, good morning. I'm gonna call you the police. Happy birthday to Big Red. What is? Morning DDP for life. What is the question? First Finn 2L2R. Yippee Brando, 1,000 bits.
Welcome, 1,000 bits, say it.
Hey, Yippee Brando, 1,000 bits. Yippee Brando, 100 bits. Red Farm John's Island. Big Red, how old are you, buddy? 36, 37?
Thank you. Period. Most of it was real. All right. Some breakfast.
Yeah, of course you're saying that.
Good biscuit?
Yeah, I will. I will do it next week when I want to. Whatever.
Shit, I'll just bring in something. What do you want, sandwich?
Yeah, sure. The Filthy's probably already grabbed his too. Probably all gone now.
Take a sandwich? You got it, yeah. Be alone.
Oh. Oh. Thank you, sir.
Hmm?
No, I'll probably do the same thing too. Good morning, JBJ4. Dr. Dance Women Onion Maker, 100 bits. Yeah, no, 30 months.
This part works.
Yeah, no. Good morning. Dr. Dance Women Onion Maker, 100 bits. Oh, nice. Hall of Fame runner-up.
Creatine
Creatine Travis, 10,000 bits.
Creatine.
Thanks,
I got a
Bubba
story
Nash.
about creatine.
You do?
Yeah.
I'm here for
Did he get promoted to president of Target?
No.
Where 10,000 is?
He came to my apartment and fixed my area yesterday, and the fucking office was put down about it.
Oh, nice.
Nice, sniz up.
Great, Richard. And when you go, you can have a Bubba chicken sandwich with just cheese on it.
I'm trying to get kicked out of there.
Kicked out of where?
His apartment.
Not apartment.
He hates it.
I'm trying to get kicked out and then use my fancy attorneys to at least get my deposit back.
Okay. I'll write you that letter.
Yeah, he's moving to the carriage house for when he runs for
But,
the
like,
mayor
I'm
of
not
Tampa.
trying to get any money back. I just don't want to be responsible for another 10 months.
Oh, that was a good one.
So I'm trying to get kicked out. They really don't like the dog.
Live from the Sunbelt Rental Studios, it's the Bubba the Love Sponge Show. He either would have shot the Merch Crick or the Merch Crick would have shot him. Chances are I'm putting my money on the Merch Crick.
Yeah, I got my money on the Merch Crick, man. She is a bad bitch.
She stepped up when Lummy hides.
Leave him alone.
Even Blitzy was glad to have her by his side. She's got a great rack and the finest ass. Bubba really likes it when she wears her badge.
Probably tough being a person dates me.
He's been looking for the perfect girl.
I like ya a lot.
She pushes merch for Bubba's world.
You make me hot.
She cuffs him, then she reads his rights. On the ground, big boy. Now Bubba's in love.
He's an angel sent from heaven.
She's a cutie. In love with the Merch Creek girl. In love with the Merch Creek girl. Now Tommy don't lie. No, Tommy don't lie.
The Merch Crick is actually one of my only girls who Tommy is actually like.
Roger Stone at 8:30. Anytime you hear a parody song, we're eating. Usually, I need that extra minute, 2 minutes to try to gulp down what we're trying to smash. Boy, being in radio really builds bad eating habits. It really does, because you think like you just eat fast.
Or you can just fast.
True.
I prefer eating fast
Yeah,
to
I do
fasting.
too. Like I might find myself like for eating dinner, I'd be like, I don't have to eat it in 6 minutes, because we're conditioned to eat about
To
in
eat
3.
quickly, yeah.
An entire meal. Did you see where my buddy Big Mama from Beasley got fired?
No.
He was the
Big Mama?
Yeah,
Who's
he
Big Mama?
when I left the Power Pig, I think he replaced me for a minute. I think he always kind of had some Bubba shtick to him, and then he went on to do mornings in Fort Myers at a top 40, and he was like their equivalent to like MJ, meaning he was I think he was the market leader. Persons 2554 on the top 40 franchise down in Fort Myers, and I think he'd been there 14 years. I don't really get the ratings or privy to him too much, but it's my understanding that he's always top 3 in every demographic. And Beasley let him go yesterday.
Yeah, they get replaced by like a millennial with a computer.
But that's what radio is. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
The Big Mama and the Wild Bunch is now called the Wild Bunch.
Right.
Oh.
So what they do is if you're a host and you've built, kind of like what we have done, and you start in regular world and you start making too much money as the host, and they feel as if the 150 they're paying you or the, some of those guys are making $150. Not a lot, but maybe with bonuses.
Oh.
And then they just get rid of the guy, the main guy, and they just bring in the support staff they may have 150 on the entire show.
Well,
so after 14 years, they let my buddy, he texted me yesterday, and I'm like, hey, stay strong, and if there's anything I can do, maybe I'll have Big Mama call in. Maybe we'll do an interview with Big Mama.
Isn't he running for the school board?
Yeah, it says that he's been gone since Friday the 10th.
Yeah,
June 10th.
He took a pause.
Yeah, he hasn't been on the air since then because he's running for school board.
I understand that, but they also fired him.
Oh.
For taking a pause, or
I don't know. But now he's been off since when?
June 10th.
We're in August.
He had to because he's running for
the school board
political office, so he took a leave since June 10th. I guess they were like, hey.
I might run for mayor, and I'm not taking myself off the air. All I'm going to do is offer equal time.
Right.
Because I own my show. I own my morning show. I own it. And realistically, all you have to do is document how much time that you spend talking about your campaign or campaigning on, if you're just handling news stories.
That doesn't count?
It does not count. Now, let me, if I do run for mayor, you're going to have to, God,
Oh, of course, I got it.
I mean, like if I was to go off on a whole big 10-minute tangent on
fixing the roads,
fixing the roads or what's wrong with Tampa and vote for me, then I have to go and offer each candidate equal time.
Can I be your Kellyanne Conway?
Yeah, you know what, Anna? You can be pretty much anything you want.
Thank you.
What would you like? Will you
Your
be
campaign manager.
I want you to be my Anna Huckabee.
Oh, your press secretary?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I could do that.
I know you could.
Yeah.
What would Dr. Dan really be?
Oh, he'd be my assistant mayor.
Oh, yeah.
And then Blitz, when I put Blitz in like some kind of
Chief of staff?
No. Yeah. No, Tom Bean would be my chief of staff. And then Blitz would be like
garbage man.
No.
Bodyguard?
Blitz would be like there's no title.
Man,
He's
I went from being the chief of police to being like just some dude to like being maybe your right hand man to now no title at all.
No.
That was quick. It was like 3 days.
That was Blitz. I'm trying to make it more like you're like you have.
Yeah. How about you just volunteer your time?
Volunteer.
Yeah, thanks.
Blitz is a volunteer.
Yeah, okay.
Are you driving one of those volunteer sheriff vehicles too?
Yeah.
Volunteer police.
Are you wearing a candy striper outfit?
You're like, yeah, here, I'll let you drive one of those 3-wheel meter maid things around if you want.
Blitz is a 3-wheel meter mater.
Mm-hmm.
Blitz is
private investigator.
He's gonna be my special ops guy, which means he can dabble in anything. Like he's always looking out for me. So he'd be like, "Hey, I just want to let you know the street department guy, the head of the street department guy."
Yeah, Lummy's friend.
And they'd be like, "Oh yeah, I just want to let you know the chief of police." And hey, the city planner, he's a. And then he's always in my ear giving me stuff, telling me stuff. He's special ops. And Blitz, I'm gonna get you like a brand new city issued Escalade, all blacked out with lights.
You'd be like your Rahm Emanuel for Obama.
Like my Karl Rove. You know what I'm saying? Like that guy. Like my special ops guy. That's if I run for mayor. So anyway, Big Mama.
The chief of staff makes $215,000 a year in Tampa.
All right, I think that's Tom Bean. I don't know. I just don't know. Let's just hope I have that problem. Right? Actually, if I did win mayor, I wouldn't even know. I'd be like, whoa, I got to do all this stuff.
This is stupid.
No,
when would you have to declare to get on the ballot?
In January. But I got to talk to you before that.
Okay.
Because listen, I'm telling you right now, it is very winnable. First of all, I'm going to get the NAACP.
Yes.
Endorsement.
Absolutely.
You know that we're going to announce my mayorship in front of the dilapidated Jackson House.
Yes.
Which exactly
just stand
shows
far away so it doesn't fall on you.
Which shows in itself just exactly the problem of the good old boy network. And I'm just an outsider. My campaign deal is going to be an outsider keeping it real. And I'm just a regular dude. I'm not trying to say I'm fancy. I'm not trying to say anything. I'm just a regular dude that, is got some pretty good street smarts and really knows how the average common man busts his ass and how corrupt City Hall really is and how stuff doesn't get done and special interest controls this and that. And I'm not a career politician. There's no nepotism involved like the casters and all the other nonsense. Listen, here's the thing, Dan. The person that wins the African American vote in Tampa, the city of Tampa, the actual city of Tampa, the city limits of Tampa is about 330,000 people, I think. And usually the person that wins the African American vote wins the election.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
I mean, look, do the stats.
Well, the Democrat wins usually.
Usually.
Because the African American is like was it like 7 or 8% of registered voters?
Are you going to keep the Champa Bay going?
No. Ew. No, because we're not Tampa Bay.
Exactly.
And I'm not going to wear people have to be wearing masks, and we're not going to try to be. I'm not going to be the mayor that tries to be on TV or make a photo op at any time.
Can we
put Dancing with Bubba?
No.
Can we put green ink in the river every day? Because it's already green with algae now, so it'll look cool.
No, we're not doing it. We're trying to cut money.
Oh,
we're trying to cut big managerial $200,000 jobs.
I know.
And
I'm already a volunteer.
I'm trying to fix the first thing we need to do is fix the streets of Tampa.
Yes.
Tampa,
Amen.
we do. Like that's the first thing we need to do. And then we need to get a mayor in there that really, represents the common person.
No speech
not
raps?
some career-long lesbian woman that hates men. And listen, I'm not.
Career-long lesbian woman?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And by the way, you're not going to be able to get me that I'm not pro-lesbian because don't forget who started Lesbian Tuesdays back in 1992.
This guy.
Don't think that I ain't
Plumpy
pro.
did.
So Dan, as soon as I start, Bubba hates lesbians. He's making fun of Jane Cass. No, Bubba has a long storied history of loving lesbians.
You've married lesbians.
I've married lesbians. I've been with lesbians. I like lesbians. I'm not holding Jane Castor's sexuality against her in any way, shape, or form. I'm just saying, she's done a horrible job.
And when she was police chief, wasn't that when they were targeting African Americans, like on bikes?
And it's also when she hemmed up your brother.
Yeah.
She bona fidely laid down to the mayor. She laid down to the mayor to save her ass. Instead of doing what was truthful and what really happened, she threw a cop under the bus.
Yeah.
We're not going to get into all that.
I don't want to, but it was gross.
So if I do run for mayor, Lummy, all I have to do is you have to keep a little score over there when I'm talking about myself running for mayor.
Of course.
And then I'll call up Jane Castor. Hey, Jane, we talked about my show 12 minutes today, or my campaign 12 minutes today. You want to come on tomorrow for 12 minutes?
Yeah.
She's going to be like, no, thank you.
Oh, you got to bring back the street parades that people like.
Oh, yeah, we're bringing back all more.
Instead of the boat parades.
And I also want to close down Bayshore like they used to for 4th of July. Remember when 93.3 Dan, it was called Boomsday, and they closed all of Bayshore down. They closed all of Bayshore down, and they just had like 5 stages, and they had like different bands, like pretty notable bands,
like a summertime festival.
Yeah, like a big festival, and then they had these barges. Probably what, Blitz? Maybe 5 football fields out, and they did a big huge fireworks display
back
right
then
there.
It was some of the first ever like fireworks that were synced to music.
Yeah, and 93.3 would play the soundtrack.
Yep.
So everybody would have 93.3. What a brilliant marketing idea.
Sounds awesome.
So the soundtrack to the fireworks show was on 93.3.
Yep.
And it was literally like they do it was really synced up to the music. Like they do, when AC/DC would go fire, they're like So that's what I'm going to do if I'm the mayor of Tampa. And Dan,
make Tampa great again.
I've been living at the carriage house since December.
Right.
Of last year.
Of last year.
Yeah,
right.
of a long time ago.
I've just really been not very honest as to what my living arrangements have been. We're in the show business. I've been living at Dan's place the entire time.
Guys are
you qualify.
I can't even get into my apartment air conditioning high spot since I'm living at Dan's now.
That's true.
It's all fake anyway.
Right. That's what I'll say.
Yeah,
so listen, I really don't live
tell the story.
I'm going to tell the story, this fable, if you will.
Right.
If indeed I was living in an apartment complex that I did not want to live at anymore.
Exactly.
This could be a Terre Haute, Indiana story where my best friend worked for an AC company. Right, there it is. This is like 1986. I was living in this Northwind apartment complex in Terre Haute, Indiana. And 2 months after signing the lease, I decided that this place sucks. I hate it. I hate it more than
also got a pit bull mix back then too?
No, and I signed my lease with no pit bull Labrador mix, and I'm within a month of having my lease, I got a full-blown pit bull with a Labrador kicker who's wild. And the only thing you can calm her down with is peanut butter and one of those little chewable Kongs.
Peanut butter?
Yeah, you put peanut butter in one of those plastic Kongs, and they try like all day to get to it, and you put her in her cage. So, first of all, I've been fined. Now, I have to pay $58 more a month.
What?
To have her. And then, so Dan, here's
You're lucky that she's just a Labrador. Otherwise they tell you.
Yeah, I told him she's not a pit bull. She's a Labrador.
Right.
And the woman goes, "What's a Labrador?" And I said, "It's a special Labrador retriever."
There you go.
Service animal.
Service. For being fat. I need an emotional fat dog.
Pick stuff up for me.
It's your calorie support animal.
Have you ever noticed, man, all of my dogs are skinny. I never let my animals get fat. It's what fat people do. We live vicariously through our, it's like at least I can't be in shape, but our animals don't have to be fat.
Yeah, I see that a lot.
So if I'd signed a lease that I did not want to be at anymore, and I'd like to try to get thrown out legally, and I got a whole team of lawyers, And when you're doing something and Dan or Jay whips up, or Kevin or Brian whips up a letter, real lawyer-like, a lot of times that gets to the average, you get a little further with like leasing offices and things like that when you lawyer up. You know what I'm saying?
Yes.
So I'm trying to get out of there. I hate it. And so what I'm trying to do is see if I can get thrown out, but I can get Dan to write him a real fancy letter, and they can keep my deposit. I don't want my deposit back, but I don't want to be responsible for the remaining like 8 or 9 months.
Well, they have a duty to cover.
Right. So I'm going to send them real Dan-like duty to cover yippee-o deal.
Okay.
But so yesterday probably doesn't help it probably does help my cause in getting kicked out, because my AC has been not blowing very cold. It's been kicking the breaker off, and it's just, my AC sucks. And if there's one thing that means more than anything in the world to me, as far as sleeping conditions or living conditions, is I got to have ice cold AC.
Yeah.
Like, I cannot function without real cold air. If I go to like somebody's house and they keep the air at night like on 72, I'm going to have to get a fan or something. I need it, in the 60s. So I call the maintenance department up. I'm like, hey, my AC's. So they get back to me like, we checked it all out, and it's within specs or something like that. I'm like, So I had Travis come yesterday. Well, Blitz, let me tell you how mad the front office gets when
bring your own air conditioning guy in.
Your own AC guy. They were so mad. So Travis goes, yeah, the capacitor is like 2 volts or amps lower, which is causing it not to run about half the time. And so Travis went and got the part and put it on, and it works like. And
he put a hard start kit on it.
Yeah, he put a hard start kit on it, and it cost me like $40. But it blows like hell now, right? Nice. Well, I fixed it. I paid for it, whole 9 yards. Oh, did I get woo! You are not to have anything touched by an unauthorized apartment complex approved maintenance person. We have.
Did you tell him he's the vice president of Target?
No, they don't care.
Oh. Did you tell him that they'd screwed it up and that thank God that your guy fixed it?
No, but I'm trying to get kicked out. It might help me get kicked out, right?
Yeah.
If I just keep causing more issues.
Get your sprinkler guy out there. Get the long guy out there.
Get
Spray
the long
for
guy
bugs.
out there. Get my own cable.
Terminex.
Blitz, I don't like how fast my cable is, so I'll have you come in, Dave, when it runs some Cat 9 deals. Yeah, I'm going to get kicked out. By the way, I have to go to break, so I'm not late for Roger. We'll do Roger Stone next. Hold on.
The Bubba Radio Network will return after this.
I don't think he cares about my mom. He's in Dr. Dan's carriage house. Morning, bye-bye, Mom.
What's up, Blumpy boy?
You okay? Got pegged too hard last night.
What's up, Black Eye Guy?
What? I did it. Morning, Blumpy boy.
What's up, JBJ4? What's up, Little Ball? Big Red. What's up, Joey Vaz? Goober Lips. Good morning. What's up, BTLS in New Hampshire? Stevie Nicks Dirty Straw.
Good boy.
You're welcome. Big Red, happy birthday.
Big Red's birthday. August 10th.
Dreamgirlsgas.com.
Is it really his birthday?
You don't have that in your birthday head
I
computer?
don't think I ever knew it.
I don't think this. I don't know if this is the.
I know his wife's birthday's on St. Patty's Day. I remember
This is the one
that.
with no volume.
Oh, thank you, Wayne. 51-2. I'm glad it worked out. Just call her and say thanks.
Just called to say.
So if I go and call you the police,
Democrats want
Frogmeister.
Some Republicans agree.
Oh.
But I always agree with the president.
Democrats want amnesty.
I was
Oh,
expecting.
preteen, your birthday's January 1st.
I was expecting a
19...
parody from Real John from Naples today.
1980? Were you like the first baby born of the decade and year? Yes. I know I'm right. It's either, yeah, right? 80? January 1st?
Who?
Preteen's birthday. That's easy one though. New Year's Day.
New Year's Day on 1980.
I think. I could be wrong.
Thanks, BTLS.
I am.
New Hampshire.
Call you the police.
I'll call you the police. That needs to be like auto-tuned to something.
Mm-hmm. I call you the police. Whoop whoop. I call you the police. Whoop whoop. I call you the police.
Dark Matt's supposed to have another song.
You weren't born in 1986.
Carlos
bitch.
Mandigo is supposed to have another song. All three guys are supposed to have a song this week.
1962. You're not that old.
He's older than me?
No, he's not. Oh, Nash, I don't think you ever told me. Tell me so I don't.
Yep, thank you, Anna's Hitachi. Yeah, they're not getting my documents. They've upset a lot of people with that raid.
Oh, yeah.
You know, they said that the Roe v. Wade reversal, motivated a lot of Democrats. What they just did is motivated a lot of Republicans. Yeah. Especially since there's so much evidence about people on the other side having so much illicit stuff.
Hunter Biden.
Yeah, nothing's done about that.
Yeah, motherfucker smoking crack on camera. Fucking wheeling and dealing with.
Which the most disgusting thing I heard this week was that we only talked about it for about 15 seconds on the news, was Paul Pelosi Jr.'s dealings in Taiwan. He went there to sign a bunch of deals.
Oh, yeah, he jumped on the plane with...
It's not Nancy's child, it's Paul.
Well, it's their kid. It's their kid.
Paul Jr.
It's Paul Jr.
He was on the plane, and she didn't put him in the flight log.
Yeah, so he was like illegally on the plane.
And he went to all the places that she went because he
Good
has
for
business
her.
dealing.
Listen, what's the point of being a politician if you can't skirt, the rules?
But I mean, it's disgusting. So she went there to inflame Taiwan so that her son could get some business deals, and that's not
All right,
crooked.
save all this for Raj.
Okay, that's a good
I
point.
got 30 seconds, right, Bob?
Roger's standing by.
Jesse Waters hates the Pelosi.
I know, he sure does.
What did he get in hot water for again?
Huh?
Jesse, what did he get? Why did people get so mad at him a few years ago? Did he say something like racist or something?
Jesse Waters?
Yeah, like there was some heat, big heat.
Were there?
He almost got like fired.
Really?
Oh yeah, it was a while ago. Let me look it up.
Thanks, so
Live from the Sunbelt Rental Studios, it's the Bubba the Love Sponge Show. I'm gonna. Roger's standing by. I'll get him on the phone like here in a minute. But before I get Roger on the phone, I was gonna play Kevin's new commercial that I think he dropped about a week ago. I think it's ran on Channel 10 and other things. So I'm gonna play this because I'll probably reference this back when I talk to Roger. Stand by.
Democrats want amnesty for illegals. Some Republicans agree. Anna Paulina Luna says,
But I always agreed with President Obama's immigration policies.
Providing a pathway to citizenship.
We need a pathway to citizenship.
Trump, DeSantis, and conservative Kevin Hazlett disagree. Hazlett took on cartels as prosecutor. and he'll seal the border in Congress. No amnesty. Hazlett's policy or Luna's.
I always agreed with President Obama's immigration policies.
That's the choice.
I'm Kevin Hazlett, and I approve this message.
I liked it.
This should be Roger right here.
Hello?
Hello, Mr. Roger Stone, Bubba.
Good morning.
Man, Roger, I've been on a roll. I had Brett Favre on yesterday as a guest, and now from Brett Favre to Roger Stone. Does it get any better than that?
That is very good.
Yeah, he was Trump supporter too. Remember, I think Donald took a picture with Brett, and they tried to make a big deal about it back in the day.
I do remember that.
How are things for you, Raj? I saw you a little bit in the news today. If you need some naked pictures of some exes, I'm the guy you need to go to, not Alex Jones, my friend.
You know the sad thing is, of course, she wasn't even naked. She's in a bikini,
right?
And he's justly proud, as any red-blooded heterosexual American would be. He's got a hot wife.
I mean, and what's wrong with saying, "Hey, Raj, look at my hot wife, looking good, huh?"
Well, the context in fact was she's been in the gym. She's got a new workout routine. She does look great. But there's nothing in my text messages with Alex Jones that's either sexual or intimate. Well, intimate, I guess. My family and I are praying for you. I guess that's intimate, your belief in God. But it's typical fake news, and of course nothing regarding January 6th or anything else.
Oh, yeah, they tried to come out with that. They tried to come out with that, and there's not been. And if it was in there, they would have found it by now. So but they just always go right there.
I'm clickbait for the far left. If you put my name in a headline, you're guaranteed to get clicks. You don't have to have any regard for truth or facts or anything serious. It's very sick. It really is.
It's Raj, it is a really sad time that we're living in right now. I think they're just trying us all to hate each other from within so that they can just do stuff. And because we hate each other. I've never been in more of a polarized America in my life, and I'm far younger than you are.
Well, try being Roger Stone and just go to the grocery store or a drugstore or walking through an airport or going to a restaurant.
Because as many people that like you and understand your story, there's triple the amount of people that don't know the story. It's only what's been told to them. I suffer from the same thing, but not near on your level, Roger.
Well, the people that like you, many of them are great. They'll ask for a picture, tell you God bless you, or thank you for what you're doing for the country, or thanks for standing up for Donald Trump. Many of them are polite. They have manners, so they don't want to disturb you. They'll just smile. But then there's always that 10% that want to start screaming obscenities at you, call you a Russian traitor. Obviously, never read the transcript of my trial. And then there's that 1% that want to poke you in the chest, that want to get physical. Because I'm Sicilian, of course, that's a giant mistake.
Yep,
giant mistake.
And it's tough, man, Raj. I really feel for what you're going through, and I think you're right. You're clickbait for the left because all they got to do is just put your name on there and they could literally, Roger Stone had sex with aliens last night, and everybody would believe it, and Roger Stone's now an alien effer. You know what I'm saying?
How did you know? How did you know about that?
I knew you had a thing for alien, Roger, you sick bastard. It's finally the truth is coming out that you got a thing for aliens.
It's out there.
Hey, listen, man, a very dear friend of ours, and I'm the one, I'm not trying to be Mr. Big Pants, but I am the one that made the introduction to you, to Kevin. I introduced Kevin to you. Kevin came to me when he was going to run. He's like, is there any way that you can get me in touch with Roger Stone? I'm like, absolutely. Roger's my guy. Like, Roger's my friend. Like, if Roger, it wasn't even Roger. Roger's my buddy. And, yes, I'll make that introduction, and then you started working with Kevin a little bit when that crazy bitch was saying that somebody was trying to poison her or something. Kevin represented the guy. They got you involved. Remember that? It was all a big crap storm.
Yeah, no, I remember it very well. Matt Tito, local guy, terrific guy, combat veteran, served his country with distinction, several tours of Afghanistan, as I recall, was just thinking about running for Congress. In the end, he elected not to run. but he posted a picture of himself and I, and he was wearing a Roger Stone Did Nothing Wrong T-shirt. And this woman, Anna Paulina Luna, now let me be very clear, that's not her real name because she's not Hispanic. She changed her name. Her real name is Anna Paulina Meyerhofer. But it's not just that, I guess. There's nothing real about this woman. Let me be very clear. She's not Hispanic. She's not a military combat veteran, although she rose to prominence by posting a photo of herself in combat fatigues and carrying a military-grade weapon with a police dog. She was in the Air Force. She lied about how long she was in the Air Force. She said she was in for 5 years. They kicked her out after 4 years. Kicked her out. Terminated. Involuntarily terminated for her failure to perform her duties. I've seen the documents.
Why doesn't the media bring that up, Raj? All of what you said is the truth and very relevant, but in this snowflake, stupid-ass world that we live in, I mean, that's very, very great information that the average person needs to know, but nobody will get that out, period.
Well, the fact that she was never deployed abroad, that she never saw combat, she's currently violating Florida state law because there's a specific Florida law that says you can't raise money based on falsifying your military combat record. Oh, it will come out. If she won the Republican nomination,
right,
it'll be page one on your local rag there. No, so the media is laying back the district, 13, I think it is.
Yeah.
It's a swing district. It's one of the key battlegrounds in terms of whether the Republicans take over the House. If you nominate her, the fact that she's lied about her military combat service, that she's lied about being a conservative. More importantly, she was a big, big cheerleader for Barack Obama. I've seen her text messages. She strongly supports Obama's immigration policies, which have given us a drug epidemic in this country. She's a diva who won't answer questions. She doesn't show up for debates with the other candidates,
and she's never lived one day in the district, and to this day still doesn't live in the district.
Really?
I fundamentally, Roger, that should be game, set, match. You don't live there. She's going to get some type of exemption where if you win, you have X amount of days to move in. Am I right on that, Raj?
Yeah, that's probably what she plans. But the point is, she's not Hispanic. She's not a conservative. As far as her being a Trump supporter, it's interesting. 2 years ago, she ran in the primary as a Trump supporter. She pulled off the fraud of this military combat picture when she was never in combat. The instant she won the primary, she changed her slogan from America First to Independent Leadership for America. In other words, she moved against Trump. Trump could not count on her when he runs again, when he is elected again, when he goes to clean up the swamp, he will not be able to count on her because she's an Obama Democrat. She made it very clear. Now, let's go one step further. On her driver's license in California, when she's asked ethnicity, she checks white. When she comes to Florida, suddenly she's Hispanic.
Yeah,
I mean, the whole thing's a fraud.
It is it's one of the biggest fraudster, election deals I've seen in a long time, and I just don't know. Again, Raj, you're right. They know the media knows all this, but they're only going to play it if she's the candidate. Then they bring it all out. They don't bring it all out when they know that it would help Kevin Hazlett, the real guy. I mean, if anybody had an I-62 and you just look at the candidates on face value of experience and the things they've done in the community and how long they've lived there, and just Kevin Hazlett, hands down, there isn't even a close second. The fact that this Ana Luna bitch is even in the running is an insult to the quite frankly to the system. It's an insult to the system.
Yeah, but the local media is playing a game. Believe me, all of her every fraudulent activity, she abuses the legal system. And this is another one of her great scams. So if you criticize her, I mean, Bubba, you and I might get sued this morning. I mean, it's very possible. She files phony restraining orders, filed one against her own uncle and her own cousin when they courageously came forward and said she's a phony. I've seen pictures of her with a crack pipe. I've seen pictures of her smoking crack that her cousin and her uncle released. No, she's mentally unstable. She's a diva. Here's the best part. So this fellow, Matt Tito, local guy, ran for the legislature, very good guy, decorated veteran. It was just before 4th of July. I posted an article on a website called El American about what Independence Day means to me. I didn't know she was a contributor there. She went to the publisher wanting to have my story spiked, taken down. You know why? She said I tried to poison her. Roger Stone tried to poison her.
I don't know that you've never met
put her in a straitjacket. I've never met this woman in my entire life. I've never been within 100 feet of her. She belongs in a straitjacket. She's nutty as a fruitcake. Tried to poison her. I've never even met this woman. She said Matt Tito and Andrea Mackey, I think her name is, and everybody else who was thinking of running, they tried to poison her. She's poisoning the electorate with her lies. Mentally unstable, nutty as a fruitcake.
I wish somebody I wish somebody from the GOP would talk to you, Roger, somebody that's very well received, and say and break it down street level as to her what this means to the party if she happens to win the primary. It is catastrophic. You might as well have that seat might as well be blue if she wins.
So you're saying that the media is just waiting for her to win, and then they're going to slam her?
Yeah,
to get the
Democrat.
Democrat.
They'll open up on her. Look, she has a Trump endorsement. I love the president. Spoke to him yesterday. He's made a mistake here. He doesn't know who she is. He doesn't know she's really Anna Paulina Meyerhofer, real name, and that she's essentially a congenital liar, not Hispanic, not a conservative, not a supporter of America First, not a military combat veteran. She's a nut job. She's an unbalanced nut job. And I would tell folks out there, vote for any of the other candidates before you vote for her.
Now, did you can you get the president's ear and maybe let him maybe better understand that his endorsement's being wasted here and it's not not good?
Well, Donald Trump is not a man who admits to making a mistake easily, as you know.
Right.
He has a tendency to double down. And also, Bubba, in all honesty, I think he's a little distracted.
Yeah, no, I know. Man, Roger, that's a story in itself. Yeah. I mean, wow, what an absolute sickening of power and abuse, and just, I mean, what a really
if
bad
they
thing.
were looking for documents, what were they doing in Melania's closet for 9 hours?
Right.
I mean, I've been through this. So when the FBI raided my home at 6 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah, but by the way, you probably are out of every. I mean, from Tucker Carlson to every talking head about this particular topic, you have probably the most inside standing as to you just went through an FBI raid less than 2 years ago, so you have very, very, very good knowledge as to how this all goes down.
It's very analogous. In other words, I was arrested and charged with the first-time nonviolent crime of lying to Congress. Well, if lying to Congress is a crime, when is Hillary going down? James Comey, the FBI director, John Brennan, the Muslim convert CIA director. Those guys all lied to Congress. James Clapper, remember him?
Yeah, he lied.
He was the national security director. He said, "Oh no, we don't have a metadata collection system on American citizens." He lies. This guy should be in prison. I made a few misstatements to the Congress, but they were all irrelevant. They're all material. I mean, Stone, did you have a club sandwich? Yes, sir, I did. Was it mayonnaise or mustard? I can't remember. You lied. I mean, it was crazy stuff. It was all a frame job. The idea was to pressure me to testify falsely against the president. That's all they wanted. They would have let me off the hook. We'll give you no jail time. All you've got to do is lie. Bear false witness against Donald Trump. And, of course, I wouldn't do it.
And it got real sketchy for you, Raj. I mean, it got real sketchy. You were going, right? I mean, I was talking to you as a friend.
They wanted to put me away for 7 to 9 years is what the prosecutors asked for.
And I remember before the president stepped in, I remember talking to you probably about maybe 10 days before, and I'm like, Raj, for real, are you going to be okay? And you're like, Bubba, I'm not going to be okay. I don't know I'm scared. my health is not well. I'm worried about my wife. Like this is real. And I mean, I was talking to you during that time, and I mean, Roger, it was a really scary time. I mean, it was bad.
Well, no, there's no question. I think right up to the last minute, I did not know what was happening. I was praying, and the good Lord came through. It's only through the power of Jesus Christ and my faith that I think Donald Trump had the courage and the strength in an election year to completely pardon me. Since then, of course, I've been canceled. I don't exist. Banned on Facebook, banned on Twitter, banned on Instagram, and on Fox TV, other than my good friend Tucker Carlson.
Who's a good friend of mine, too.
Almost like you don't exist. I mean, it's really outrageous. But to go back to this raid, they did the exact same thing to me. So they went through my house for 13 hours. They were in my wife's closet, went through all of her clothes, all of her personal effects. If you're looking for documents, which is what they claimed, why would they think the documents would be in Melania's clothing, in the pockets of her clothing?
Now, Roger, when they went through when they went through your place, Raj, were you allowed to witness it, or did they have you in handcuffs and already?
I had already been carted off in handcuffs. My wife was told to sit in the corner where she couldn't move and not to touch anything, including her cell phone. My grandchildren, my grandchildren calling her repeatedly, trying to find out whether she's okay. No, she wasn't allowed to answer the phone. She wasn't even allowed to go to the bathroom. 13 hours. It's just abusive. And to do this to a former president of the United States, if the president had classified or government documents that rightfully should have been in the possession of the government, go into court and file a lawsuit to get them. But to raid a former president of the United States just shows you how this country has devolved. I mean, I want to congratulate Merrick Garland and Christopher Wray. That guy swarmed me, man. You just got Trump elected. Congratulations. I mean, the number of people contacting me who are kind of in the middle, they're not Trump lovers. Some of them voted for him, some of them did. Most of them didn't. They're outraged by this.
Well, Dr. Diaco, who's on my show, before we got you on the air, said, the abortion thing kind of really riled up, the Democrats, and this Trump raid has really riled up some, fringe conservatives that, like you said, might be on the fence, but now are pissed off, and this may have really, really helped propelled, Donald into the White House, maybe.
If there's any doubt that he was going to run, he most certainly will run now. So if this was designed to intimidate him or make him think twice about running again, it has failed. It has also, I think, propelled the president far beyond Governor DeSantis as a candidate. And I was very glad to see our governor get behind the president yesterday, put out a statement expressing his own outrage about this violation of President Trump. I think it's important that the governor get reelected, because I don't want to wear a mask, and that he had to focus on that as opposed to focusing on 2024.
Hold on. Not only do I not want to wear a mask, more importantly, I don't want the tan man in there, Johnny Flip-Flopper. That's the scariest part. I mean, we almost had that one guy that ended up, what was the guy's name?
Gillum.
We almost had Gillum, Roger. Gee, can you imagine if we had Gillum in there?
Well, and I don't want, my grandchildren are in elementary school. I don't want them being taught that all white people are evil and corrupt. I don't want them being told that everything wrong with America is caused by white people. I don't want my grandson being told he should wear a dress and put on nail polish in the second grade. I don't want that. So I give Governor DeSantis real credit to standing up to those who want to force their woke sex, gender, race lies on our kids.
So in the perfect in the perfect world, Raj, does Donald run in 2024, and then DeSantis comes in and takes out comes in after?
That would be great. I mean, Ron DeSantis is only 42 years old. He's got plenty of time to be president, but only Trump can win in 2024. He is our strongest candidate. And they've just strengthened him through this raid. So, I mean, I think it's vitally important to take control of the House in the next election. You nominate Anna Paulina Meyerhofer Luna. There is no Luna. It's a made-up name. Asked about that under oath in one of these lawsuits, she refused to answer because it's a lie. There is no Luna. She made it up.
But I will tell you this, Bud, and you've had extensive amount of time talking to him now. He's been my friend of 25 plus years, and I'll tell you one thing: Kevin Hazlett would be another Trey Gowdy like guy up there, in my opinion. I think Kevin Hazlett would kick ass for the 13th.
Well, my message really is, and I like Kevin a lot. I also like some of these other candidates. Vote for anyone other than Anna Paulina, because she's a fraud.
Right.
And it's a setup. It's the instant she's the Republican nominee, her ties to Scientology and the fact that she's controlled by them, that will come out.
Oh, that's a thing? Is that a thing, Kevin?
That picture of her smoking the crack pipe, it'll be on page 1 of the Tampa Bay Times.
Raj, is there documentation of her being associated with Scientology?
No, there's quite a bit of it. There's a great website called AnnaPaulinaLunatic.com. Go check it out.
Raj, what happened to Trump at Mar-a-Lago and the FBI and deal? That had to come. Does an order like that? Now we're not just invading Roger Stone's house. We're not just going, to Michael Cohen or whatever his name. We're not doing that raid. We're raiding a former president that is, in order for that order to go through. Is that a commander-in-chief? Is that a commander-in-chief decision, or can the director make that decision on his own?
Let's put it this way. Joe Biden didn't know about it just like he didn't know about Hunter's foreign business deals.
Yeah, I
he
can see
knew
the metaphor.
everything. There's no way in the world that the Attorney General and the Director of the FBI conduct a raid on the home of the former President of the United States without checking in with Joe Biden. But in Biden's defense, he was probably told, but I'm sure he forgot.
Yeah,
exactly. He forgot where he is on any given day.
What do you got, Dan?
How to put on a jacket if you saw that video yesterday.
Roger.
Unbelievable.
I think that something that people don't appreciate, whether they're conservative or Republican, is that how weaponizing law enforcement like this is devastating, because even though you are ultimately freed of all of your, allegations, it still cost you significant financial hardship.
No, and that continues.
No one paid you back.
I still have 11 outstanding civil suits against me, all of them baseless, all of them groundless, all of them unsubstantiated, all of them tremendously sensationalized, filed by crackpots, nut jobs, lunatics, Democrats, liberals. Oh, wait a minute. I'm getting redundant here, aren't I? I mean, you know how this works. Alex Jones just threw it. Regardless of what you think of what Alex Jones says, I don't agree with him, by the way. But I do think he has a constitutional right to express opinion, no matter how you and I might find that vile or repugnant. He still has a right to speak. And if you don't answer these lawsuits, well, then they file the default judgment against you, put even further financially behind. By the way, so my wife and I are still being sued in 11 jurisdictions by crazies. You can go to stonedefensefund.com, stonedefensefund.com, if you want to help. Bubba, I got to jump to another interview. It is always great to be with you.
And let's do this more often, Raj, okay? For real. Let's do this more often.
You got it.
All right, Raj. I'm going to text you later today. I want to introduce you to another person I'd like for you to maybe consider talking to, okay, bud?
All right, sounds good.
Thank you, buddy.
He's a great guy.
What a great guy, and
iconic.
But great, iconic. Iconic in a couple different ways, and that you love him or you hate him. But I mean, he's a very influential person. He
sure is.
Has
a lot of foresight, a lot of knowledge, a lot of
ear of the president,
sixth sense.
Just his the veteran. How long he's been in the game of politics, meaning
since he was 19, I think.
Started as a volunteer, I think, with Richard Nixon, and really has been, and I think most of the Republican presidents he had something to do with, one or another. I don't think he likes the Bushes, though. I think he hates the Bushes.
I think he said that the last time he was on. Can you imagine
Yeah.
having him on your staff or the mayor of Tampa?
Oh, there you go. Maybe that's my chief of staff,
There you go.
Roger Stone.
Sorry, Blitz.
Now I can't even be a volunteer.
Blitz, you're down to the goddamn dog catcher. Blitz, listen, I know things didn't work out. I promise you a lot, but the dog cat, you like dogs, don't you? Yeah, okay. Good. This could be Gary, but I don't know. Okay, I can't. Gary, here's the deal. Gary, here. Let me just tell Gary this. Hey, Gary.
Yeah.
Now hold on. I want to make a deal with you. You pissed me off last time. So first of all, if you apologize for pissing me off last time, we can continue because that's what men do.
Okay.
So
Jay's here, by the way.
if you say, Bubba, I'm sorry for just being completely inappropriate and just not even fair last time, then we can move forward, and I have a potential proposal for you.
Okay. But, Bubba, I do apologize that you took it that way.
All right, that's perfect. That's all. Hold on, that's all you got to say. Perfect. I'll take that. Now, here's the deal. I got one more thing to play. Then I got to go into commercials. But like, if you want to call me like at maybe 10 or 15 after, we could go long. Otherwise, I'm not going to be able to have you on very long.
Okay, I'll do that.
But I think that would be, I don't want to short space you because I'm running a little bit behind and I got a few things to cover. But if you call me like at 15, we're cool.
And that gives Dan the chance to run away before I have some legal questions that he can't answer.
If you potentially, hold on. Yes, potentially correct. But don't forget that a guy that even knows the law better than Dan just took his place.
Oh, well then that's someone less than me still. So, okay.
Yeah, Jay Diaco.
Less in age, maybe.
Less in age, probably far more in experience. But that being said, that's who you'll be talking with. That's the Diaco. So, yes, Dan, it will be technically gone, and you do have Jay to deal
And I don't think Gary's at all. He just sounds like he's 90.
Yeah. So, Gary, we'll see
I have throat cancer, you a-hole.
Gary.
Okay, you still sound like you're
your vocal cords.
Gary, we'll see you. We'll see you in about 15 minutes, buddy, okay?
Got monkeypox on his vocal cords.
Deanna, I did like the doucheness there.
That was pretty good. That was pretty good,
Dan. Sometimes, most of the time, your doucheness doesn't work, but boy, when it does, it's effective, kid.
Thank you.
I got to tell you,
HPV on the throat.
You heard Roger Stone say, not if, but when Donald Trump announces his presidency, people are saying that this new commercial pretty much rings it in. Like this, I don't know what this came out yesterday, I think.
it came out like either an hour before or hour after the raid. I think it was right after.
It was right after the raid. It was
Here
like
we
an
go.
hour after.
Yeah.
What an interesting interview, by the way.
Failing nation.
This will get you hype.
Oh yeah, Shannon
Before
Burke.
it brings you down, but it brings you
I
back
think Shannon Burke might masturbate to this
Do you
before
think
he goes on the
Trump
air.
was tipped of the raid at all?
Yes. I think you can't have something this well produced.
Well, because they told the Secret Service the night before that. So.
Right.
There's got to be a guy that's like, hey, press.
Well, they had to tell. Hold on.
They're coming in tomorrow.
Because they had to tell the Secret Service, hey, listen, don't shoot us because.
Yeah. So they knew that. I mean, so they knew that before.
I mean, the agencies have to talk, Blitz. Otherwise, the Secret Service might come out, like we're getting invaded.
Yeah.
By the Colombian cartel here.
And D.C. Bureau had to coordinate with the South Florida Bureau, and the South Florida Bureau is who protects the president, which means he probably. I mean, I would hope
they flew guys in for
I would
this.
hope that someone would have given him the inside Iggy.
I think that's why
it wasn't the South Florida FBI guys that did this either.
No, the FBI had to fly in. No, they flew in special guys from D.C.
They just let him know.
Well, that's why his two lawyers were there. I think three.
By the way, this is Donald Trump's new video.
We are a nation that has the highest inflation in over 40 years, where the stock market just finished the worst first half of a year in more than 5 decades. We are a nation that has the highest energy cost in its history.
Yeah, by the way, I got my July power bill for the building.
Me too.
Me too.
My July power bill I just got yesterday, and I'm like, wow. And I know it's the hottest month, but I went back and looked at last year's July. And, Blitz, we haven't done you know what? Maybe we added a pool pump, okay? I mean, the fountain pump. But the fountain pump used to work.
last year.
Yeah, it worked last year, too. about this. We're within 2 or 3 kilowatts of usage.
Oh, so you check that too?
Yes,
Of course, Dan.
and I mean, I'm dead on. I'm like within plus or minus 3 or 4% of same usage. My bill is up $409.
There's a difference between whether an EV is now valuable. It's no longer valuable to me. I looked literally at my power bill last month, and I'm like, what is the purpose of even having it if my home power is that expensive?
Right. This building usually runs about $1,340 during July. Last July, it was $1,340. This year, it was $1,780.
Jesus.
With almost dead virtually the same amount of power. Because, Blitz, we're so ritual-based. We're here at the same time.
Yeah.
We keep the air the same.
It's consistent.
We turn it up at night. During the weekends, we turn it up even more.
Mm-hmm.
And we come in, we're very consistent. And that showed the killer. From $1,350 to $1,700. $400 more on my, and that's every American. That's Jay's house. Dan, I can only imagine what your air conditioning. Do you even know, Dan?
No, of course not.
I hear it's high.
That's between you and Jay. That's the difference. That's the difference between you and Jay. Jay knows what his household power bill is. You don't.
It's like 4 different bills. I get literally like 3 different electrical bills, and then a gas bill. I get 4 power bills.
I mean, do you have any idea what your power bill at because you got the biggest house of all?
You've definitely got an idea.
Yeah.
$4,000?
It's over 3.
Oh.
Yeah.
Damn.
Gee. Well, my power bill was, at my old place, and this was when power was cheap, and the summer months would be too. And that's when, it was pennies on the dollar compared to, now.
No longer energy independent or energy dominant, which we were just 2 short years ago.
I mean, Donald better kind of step up a little bit on his voice sounds a little frail. You know what I'm saying?
It's supposed to be kind of like,
It's supposed
like
to be
that,
melancholy.
Because technically,
snow and black and white, and
the reverb.
technically, we don't need another, slow, slurring.
No.
He's out there feeling
But
good.
this is
Did you hear him
intentional.
last week at his
We are a
rallies? He's not
nation
slow.
that is begging
Yeah.
Venezuela and
It's
Saudi
hilarious.
Arabia for oil. We are a nation that surrendered in Afghanistan, leaving behind dead soldiers, American citizens, and $85 billion worth of the finest military equipment in the world. We are a nation that allowed Russia to devastate a country, Ukraine, killing hundreds of thousands of people, and it will only get worse. We're a nation that has weaponized its law enforcement against the opposing political party like never before. We've never seen anything like this. We're a nation that no longer has a free and fair press. Fake news is about all you get. We're a nation where free speech is no longer allowed, where crime is rampant like never before, where the economy has been collapsing, where more people died of COVID in 2021
We'll probably get banned from YouTube. We'll probably lose our YouTube account.
in 2020. We're a nation
That would be so unfair.
Did you hear what he just said right there?
What?
More people
I'm worried
died
about
of
our YouTube
COVID
account.
in 2021 than in 2020.
Is that what he said?
Yeah,
Hold on.
that's true.
Where more people died of COVID in 2021 than in 2020. We're a nation that is allowing Iran to build a massive nuclear weapon and China to use the trillions and trillions of dollars it's taken from the United States.
And Gary is literally kicking the dog right now. Throwing plates, shooting out the windows. I mean, smashing golf clubs like he's Jack Nicholson coming through the door on Here's Johnny, The Shining.
States to build a military to rival our own. We are a nation that over the past 2 years is no longer respected or listened to all around the world. And we are a nation that is hostile to liberty and freedom and faith. We are a nation whose economy is floundering, whose stores are not stocked, whose deliveries are not coming, and whose educational system is ranked at the bottom of every list. We are a nation that in many ways has become a joke.
But guess what? The president's not sending out any mean tweets now.
But soon we will have greatness again.
color.
Yeah, I was just gonna say that.
Patriots
Yeah.
like you who built this country.
Makes you want to run through a wall, doesn't it?
Oh yeah.
And it is hardworking patriots like you who are going to save our country. There is no mountain we cannot climb. There is no summit we cannot reach. There is no challenge we cannot meet. There is no victory we cannot have. We will not bend. We will not break. We will not yield. Ever, ever, ever.
What's up, Shorty? Yes, with a Z.
We will never give in.
Usually don't like bonds, but that one got my attention.
We will never give
Sorry, we're trying to get political here.
up. We will never, ever back down.
I would have blasted Palin back in the day.
She was in that
Oh,
clip.
Yeah,
right
she
there.
was the brunette to the
You
left.
didn't notice her.
She was the brunette to the left.
I'm
of the
sorry.
blonde.
There she is.
There she
Oh,
is right
sorry.
there. See, to the left.
Oh, I'm sorry. I wasn't even. I wasn't even looking at Palin. I was looking at the.
She still looks good, by the way. She's aging very well.
Give in. We will never give up.
You'd blast Palin, wouldn't you, Dan?
All day.
Yeah.
And we will never, ever back down. We will never let you down. As long as we are confident and united, the tyrants we are fighting do not stand even a little chance. Because we are Americans, and Americans kneel to God and God alone. And it is time to start talking about greatness for our country again.
He's a dick till you need him.
That's like Dr. Dan.
Yep. That's exactly what it is. He's crass and
He's
abrasive.
a dick till you need him.
But
He's just like you.
He's just
He's
like me.
just like you. He's a dick till you need him.
Right. And we need him. We need him. We're desperate. Because right now, we got, Mickey Mouse and Donald Duck driving the train, and it's heading over the cliff.
Yeah.
Well, it's like they say, well, he didn't know about it, didn't know about the raid. Well, that's scary in and of itself. He either knew about it, which is scary because he authorized it, Biden, or he didn't know about it, and it's scary because the FBI run without any regard to what the president wants. It's scary either way. It's Banana Republic stuff.
Yeah, it is. You're kind of right in the fact that no matter how you slice this is a problem.
In the law, we call that you knew or you should have known. And so he did. Everyone just accepts, he didn't know. And I said to my son the other day, it was on Fox, it said, President Biden didn't have a heads up. And I said, what's heads up mean, son? He's like, exactly. It's, they use very precise words. So they're going to try to claim he didn't know it, which is not believable, but no one will ask the follow-up question, well, why didn't he?
That phony story.
Approve of it.
I'm sitting in the back of the beast.
Oh,
This is hilarious.
This is what Jay was talking about too. He kind of made fun of the whole
Yeah, so what
thing.
you're saying, is he flat yet? This was this weekend. He starts giving riffs about the whole allegation that he reached through the window of the beast, grabbed the steering wheel of Secret Service, that he grabbed the throat of the guy. So that's the story he's addressing.
How about that phony story? I'm sitting in the back of the beast. I wasn't sure if I should be honored because I felt very strong. And I had these two big, strong Secret Service guys. If one guy could lift 350 pounds, no problem. And I said, take me to the Capitol. No, sir, can't do it.
Hold on, I kind of like. In all fairness, I'd love for Joe Biden to start breaking into some funny stuff too, wouldn't you?
He can't.
Dan,
He does role play here. He's doing
Dan,
all the roles.
I know that he can't. That's why I'm bringing it up. The fact that Joe, if we need a president that can be funny and roll with the punches, and the guy we got now can barely hold his bowels. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, think about Jim Carrey to make him funny.
It's like theater of the mind. I think what he's doing, if he's just on radio, what he's doing is he's creating this hilarious theater of what they're saying, which is ridiculous.
So I grabbed the steering wheel to commandeer the car. And he rebuffed me, she said. He rebuffed. Interesting word. He rebuffed me, like this. He rebuffed me. So my hands fell around another.
So which the only way, Dan, he could even make it even funnier and self-deprecating is if he goes, and you know that I got the biggest hands of all. Right? And he puts his hands out. You know that old Donald's noted for having big hands. They call me Big Hands Donald when indeed they got small hands. But that would just further even make it even funnier that he's making fun of himself, right?
Yes.
Oh, God, that's where he missed the ball.
All around another powerful guy. Strong as hell. I know these people. These are very strong people. It's just not my
Donald's doing stand-up now.
He has been for the last 4 years.
deal. And I started to choke him. I felt, when the story came out, some people said, I never knew you were that strong physically. And then they said I started throwing food all over the White House. No, I have too much respect for the White House. But that somebody could sort of believe, that you could. But to think that I'm going to be jumping into the seat, grabbing a wheel, being rebuffed, grabbing.
He may have thrown a cupcake across the room there. I'm just telling you.
He said that's believable, but
Powerful guy, his neck is like this and grab it. I'm going to take him. Oh, boy, oh, boy, oh, boy. Well, we have to put, and guess what? The Secret Service put out an announcement, which they never do, put out an announcement that it never happened, which everyone knew anyway. But they won't interview anybody from the Secret Service because they don't want to hear that. And I still see the Times writing about it like it's something that happened. They don't want that. They haven't called anybody from the Secret Service.
Hey, how about we do this? How about like this January 6th thing? The people that broke into the building and hurt police officers and stole stuff, and those people are, I think, now being questioned and processed and tried and all that kind of deal, and we just move on. I mean,
because they don't want him to run again. So if they get him on something where he's a criminal,
they
then
need
he
the
can't
technicality of having him be a felon.
Right.
So again, if they did that, they should also arrest everyone that stood in the Wisconsin House when they were doing a stand-in there for like 40 days straight.
Oh, but they were doing that for freedom and stuff, Dan.
They should arrest every person in all the
Hunter Biden
protests.
Yeah,
they should at least
drugs.
raise a pinky against Hunter Biden.
Why don't we have
on film doing stuff?
Why isn't there a congressional inquiry about all of Hunter Biden's stuff?
Because Pelosi runs Congress, and they're never going to do it.
What about you said Pelosi's son now? Maybe
Pelosi Jr.
He was there. He was in Taiwan. The whole reason that she insisted on going to Taiwan was so her son could get business deals.
Yeah, not to, for stand up for democracy in the wake of China's aggression.
So did he get business deals?
He signed like 4 of them, I think.
Yes.
Why isn't that a huge problem?
Because they raided Trump's house the next morning.
The same day.
And then all of a sudden that news got buried.
Oh, okay.
Remember that? Remember that senator that was accused of killing that girl?
Yeah.
Gary Condon.
Right. That
happened.
came out right as 9/11 happened.
Right.
That he was completely innocent and no one heard a word about it.
Right.
Wait, who is that?
Gary
Condon.
Exactly. Gary Condon was a guy. He was a U.S. senator or congressman. And they said that I think it was Chandra Levy.
Chandra Levy, look at you.
He said he killed a girl named Chandra Levy. He didn't. Like they every agency
they were
known
like
to man.
fooling around or something, but that was it.
He was making out with her like in a park or something like that, and then like hours later she was dead. And yeah, it was a little fishy, but they investigated it every which way, and it just really just happened to be very coincidental, and they were on it hard, and then 9/11 happened, and you never heard about Gary Condon again, right?
Yep, and he was vindicated.
He was vindicated, but nobody ever knew that he was vindicated.
Eric, you were with your dad as this
he
was
lost his
unfolding?
seat as a result.
Yeah, you got.
I was, Sean. In fact, I was the guy that got the call this morning, and I called my father to let him know that it happened. So I was involved in this all day, and welcome to.
By the way, this is Eric Trump talking about the Mar-a-Lago raid.
Politics in the 2000s. Sean, my father never got so much as a speeding ticket in his life, until he made one decision, and that's to go down the escalators of Mar-a-Lago and spend a lot of money and go and actually fight for this country for the first time. And he did a better job than anybody has ever done. And they started coming after him. The Washington Post, the day he won, 2016, the day he won, November 8th, that night they wrote an article. This is when impeachment begins. He wasn't present. He hadn't been elected for for 5 minutes at that point. And they start, this is when impeachment begins. And then he's impeached the first time. And then he was impeached the second time. And they slandered him. They belittled him. They went after him. They went after all of us. There's no family in American history that has taken more arrows in the back than the Trump family every single time. And you know what? It's gone on past politics. You look at the attorney generals, you look at district attorneys all over the country. All they want to do is they want to get Donald Trump. They raise money on it. They send fundraising emails about it. They brag on camera about it. They go after him. They subpoena him. I'm probably the most subpoenaed person in the history of the United States. Every single day we get another subpoena. And they do it for one reason. because they don't want Donald Trump to run and win again in 2024. And Sean, that's what this is about today. To have 30 FBI agents, actually more than that, descend on Mar-a-Lago, give absolutely, no notice, go through the gate, start ransacking an office, ransacking a closet. They broke into a safe. He didn't even have anything in the safe. I mean, give me a break. And this is coming from what? The National Archives?
Yeah, and this is the most recently formerly seated president, right?
Yeah.
I mean, you don't think that Bush could have gone after Clinton the minute he took? No, there was just a certain amount of respect.
President Clinton and Hillary Clinton, when they left the office, took, I think it's $26,000 or $28,000 worth of furniture that they said was gifted to them. And so they were under investigation for the exact same data breach, and they negotiated terms and they worked it out. And
I remember the story
many times.
And I remember the story. It was as easy as this. There was a gray truck that showed up at the Clinton whatever and loaded it up, and they brought it back.
And it was literally furniture.
It was like literally no big deal.
Nope.
It was, side A talked to side B, and they said, we'll have it ready for you tomorrow. Come get it.
What they took was the presidential letter from Obama to Trump. They took all the letters from Kim Jong-un to Trump. Things that, I don't know that those could have or should have been left at the White House, but that's the type of stuff we're talking. We're not talking about top secret information where methods and means and people are going to be dying. We're talking about mementos that he took from the White House that he thought were his, that they were negotiating last month with. So it'd be like, Bubba, you and I being engaged in a
don't talk about people taking my stuff.
Where you and I say, look, how about that? When they wanted to come into your house, you remember that?
Yeah.
And I said, over my dead body, file the motions, and then we had a hearing, and then we had limitations where, guess what? They never went. And we agreed to produce stuff. And so that's how it works. And so he's literally in negotiations with the Justice Department last month. They have a meeting scheduled for this week. And while he's in Bedminster, they raid his home. That is scary.
Yet,
his lawyers
Hunter
can't
Biden
come
needs to
in.
fire.
It's just
it's
ridiculous
it's
over a National Archives issue.
Again, this isn't like, top secret stuff,
It's not Russian. It's not January 6th. If you watch CNN, they say, oh, my God, we knew. We told you it was about January 6th. It's not.
Prostitution, illegal drugs, shady deals with everybody around the world. And by the way, it's all on
By the way, I'm sending some nude pictures to Roger Stone today. Maybe I can get some press out of the deal.
Oh, there you go.
laptop for the whole world to
Just X's.
Oh.
see. In his own writing, in his own words, corroborated by everybody. Where are these FBI agents? Where is everybody? Why is it that the arrows only fly at Donald Trump and his family?
Before I go into words, Jay, where does this end up? Does this just get buried, or is this going to be a really, really big thing? This is a super big mess up on their behalf, and this is going to be a bad thing.
I'm going to make a prediction just based on what happened in the past. The FBI and the Justice Department were up his rear end for 3 years during the Russia investigation, and they came up with nothing. Nothing on his family and nothing on him. What you'd have to believe is that he did something knowing that the FBI's up his rear end, now knowingly and intentionally. I think that's very unlikely. He's been so careful for so many years as to what he puts in writing that I just don't think they're going to come up with anything related to January 6th.
No, not on that thing. Not on that. On the spectrum of what I'm asking you where this goes.
I think it gets buried ultimately. I think find nothing.
I'm on behalf of Donald Trump. What could this be if this ends up being a big, as you would say and your brother would say, a big nothing burger on behalf of what Donald potentially has or did wrong. If this ends up being just a really over the top wrong invasion, can that be problematic for the people that authorized it?
Except they'll just bury it. Like you said, the question was, will they bury it? The short answer is yes. Just like they buried the results of the Mueller investigation, which found nothing other than they say he was trying to attempt to obstruct an investigation which was fraudulently based upon a lie from an FBI agent. It's like the Russia thing never happened. And so we never heard that, but for a minute it was buried. And so what I believe will happen is they'll find nothing. It'll be buried. They're trying to disqualify him if he's found guilty of this National Archives violation. It supposedly disqualifies you from running for office.
Let me go into words. I'll come back with Kevin's new commercial. I'm going to play the hell out of that because I want Anna Paulina Luna to see that she needs equal time, and I'll gladly have her on. I'm sorry. You've been keeping score in your little trapper.
Of course, yes.
Have you not?
Yes, I have been.
Perfect.
The Bubba Radio Network will return after this.
Yeah, but that's an explanation too on the Paul Pelosi Jr. thing. I'm going to Asia.
Oh yeah, what's the explanation?
All right, but I'll get it. I got it.
How could they have what's the explanation?
No.
Oh.
Explanation from it's just explaining that.
Oh, okay.
Like Jesse Waters.
It was literally, Trey came down, and I was down having dinner, and he came down, and he was telling me about the Paul Pelosi thing, Jr. And I knew about it, and then he's like, "But Dad, I'm not at the punchline yet." I'm like, "What's the punchline?" He's like, "The FBI just raided Trump's house," and I'm like, "What?" They literally went from focusing on Paul Pelosi to newsflash, and that's where everything's shifted now.
And he wasn't on the fight logs.
He wasn't?
Nope.
Oh my God.
They found.
He was in the pictures though.
Yeah, but you know what? You know who found the pictures was the
Let me. Is this a news story?
Really?
Is this a?
There's a video.
Okay.
Oh wait. Are you in the Trump one?
I'm on. No,
I'll send it.
Let me show you.
It's from Fox News.
I know, but like.
Oh, you got to scroll down a little bit.
God damn.
I'll send it to you again.
No, I can't.
You know what's so irritating with this? It's got to be for you as a libertarian is if they fucked with Trump's family for so long to try to find some business connection in Russia. Remember, like, oh, there was going to be a Trump Tower. That was the whole thing. They met with a Russian lawyer. We have actual deals with the sitting president's child and the sitting secretary of John Kerry's family was involved in a lot of the Hunter Biden deals, and now Pelosi, whose child is and her husband has been profiting off of it. I just think it's gross. It's rotten that no one cares.
Yeah, it's interesting.
I mean, that stuff's not even like allegedly anymore. You know, it's like all been proven on the laptop. It's all there.
Right. It was odd because like the first impeachment trial was about like the Russian collusion. Yet it was over the whole like quid pro quo thing with Hunter Biden, who was doing deals with.
Right, and what Trump was asking for was and he didn't actually hold back anything. He was asking Zelensky, who it should not go unnoticed. We're going to war for now, Biden is. Do you think maybe you can investigate Biden? I hear there's something there. You know, and it turns out there was something there.
Yeah.
So, yeah, he was impeached for that, and then, you know, thankfully he wasn't convicted. But I just think it's, you know, it's the one person who can stand up to Republicans, Democrats, Big Pharma, globalism, global reset. That's the whole problem with him, is that all those entities align against him on purpose because he's the only person that can stand against them. And I just can't think of another person that can. Even DeSantis. I love DeSantis, but he is a Republican. You know, and I will vote for him when he goes for president, but I don't think he has the ability as Trump does to just say, I don't care, I'm going to do this because it's the right thing to do.
Well, I mean, he's a clinical narcissist.
Of course. Every president is.
Yeah, of course.
It's like, let's look at every president we've had. If they're not a narcissist, they shouldn't be president.
I mean, I think Trump is like the next level shit, but
anyone who thinks they can rule the world has to be a narcissist.
Like your brother.
Right. I don't think he would tell you he could rule the world. I don't think Danny would say. I think he may say he's not the right personality for being president. You know, maybe a little hot under the collar.
Yeah. It should be interesting to see what happens.
Yeah. That was always what I liked about him before he got elected, was that he wasn't beholden to either side. Because I used to be a Bush supporter. I can't stand what the Bush family did as Republicans. And when I look back on it now, they were huge globalists, and it started with the dad after Reagan. You know, he started with the whole New World Order, George H.W. Bush, and it progressed for 20 years because there was very little difference between George Bush and Obama with regard to world policy. You know what I mean? It was less about America first, and it was more about
business dealing.
Yeah, international business dealings and creating a world economy.
Wasn't he director of the CIA like in
his dad was.
or 70s?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
which again is like deep state
right.
stuff.
You know what's going on. They were like personal friends with the Saudi family. They were inviting them to the White House all the time.
Right. I just, I'm more of a libertarian than I am anything else.
I think most logical people are, even if they don't know that's what it's called.
It's just that, libertarians have been castigated as like, tinfoil hat wearing, Ron Paul following, and listen about Ron Paul talked about aliens. Maybe he was right about that. A lot of the stuff it's like that he talked about way back when, he was probably right about.
But what I like about libertarians is they have a lot more variety in terms of like where they stand on some issues. Like obviously they're all about like freedom and liberty and stuff like that, but there's not a script.
No.
It's like you ask them about guns, there's variety. If you talk about, like immigration,
it's not a monolithic position.
Or
it's
abortion.
actually
It's not like this is what we believe about abortion. It's like think for your fucking self.
Right. That's exactly. Do you ever watch Gutfeld and Kat Timpf? Do you ever see? Because she
No,
reminds
I don't
me
really
of you. She's a libertarian and she's on his show every night at 11 o'clock. That's probably what you watch. You should record it. Yeah, Kat. Yeah. You should record it because she's a comedian. She's about your age,
What's
and
her name?
her name's Kat Timpf. She's become TIMPF. She's become Greg Gutfeld's right-hand person as he's ascended to the #1 talk show host, late-night talk show host.
That's good.
And she's a very charismatic, funny one-liner that's a libertarian.
Yeah.
And she just doesn't hide that.
That's a good show.
Yeah, it's a funny show, right? I mean, like, let's talk with pity about it. You watch Tucker and you get anxiety. You watch Greg and you laugh, and it's the same issues.
It's like the lead-in. It's like you go from Tucker to Hannity to Laura Ingraham.
It all kind of goes a little mellower. It's like your blood pressure goes down until you get to Gutfeld.
And then Jesse Waters.
I like Jesse Waters a lot.
Yeah, so you go Jesse.
Show. Stamps.com, #1.
Promo code Bubba.
You've got to go to Stamps.com and sign up now. They've been in business now, I think, over 20 years? Over 1 million businesses have used them and to save huge discounts, like 30% off post office and 86% off the UPS. All you need is your regular computer and printer. No special supplies or equipment needed. And download and become a member of Stamps.com. It seamlessly works with Shopify, Amazon, Etsy, eBay, and even more. If you're doing any type of e-commerce, you got to be with Stamps.com.
Promo code
You're
Bubba.
up and running within minutes, printing official postage, any letter, any package, anywhere. You can even get your shipping supplies through Stamps.com, including free priority mail, envelopes, and boxes. Don't ship the hard way. Do it the easy way with Stamps.com right now. Sign up with my promo code Bubba for a special offer that includes a 4-week trial plus free postage and a digital scale, no long-term commitments and/or contracts. Go to Stamps.com.
Promo code Bubba.
Click on the microphone on the top homepage and type in Bubba. They've been around for a while. They've been a great client. BubbaArmy, use them if you can. Stamps.com.
Promo code Bubba.
This is what, Lummy, that you sent me. This is
You probably have to refresh it because it looked like it moved on to a different video.
Oh, by the way, I am a fan of Tommy Lauren. I'm a big fan of Tommy Lauren.
Oh, let me resend it.
I love her.
It's supposed to be Jesse Waters. It looks like it went past it.
How about a young, thoughtful, intelligent Republican woman? That's incredible. They don't ever highlight that anymore.
What you mean, like to run for president?
No, just that she is an articulate.
Oh.
What, Tommy Lauren?
Yes.
Oh, I know. She's
Oh,
hot.
she's good.
And she's
hot.
young. And there's a lot of people her age group that think the way she thinks now.
She's so hot.
Unfortunately for you and me, Bubba, she's about 25 years younger than us. And so it's kind of nice when
She
you
is.
see people her age that have somewhat similar thoughts.
Is this her right here or?
That's her.
Yeah, look at her. Hold on. This is Tommy Lauren. Let me maximize this. She used to work.
Where do things go from here?
Does she work for Beck? She used to work for Beck, and then she quit Beck, and I think went to Although, man, she needs to back up on the orange face makeup a little bit.
No doubt.
Yeah, it's certainly moving the dial, and it was a genius move. I think it started probably as somewhat of a publicity stunt, but it is certainly.
And look at the slight little hint of cleavage.
You like that, don't you?
Yeah, well, I mean, who doesn't? I mean, JR, respect to your wife not being disrespectful, but that little hint of cleavage does things for us guys, doesn't it?
Tomorrow's makes up for the orange.
Certainly working.
She turns 30 tomorrow.
She's 30 tomorrow?
Tomorrow, yeah.
Perfect.
Mayors that were okay
Tommy
with
Lauren,
illegal immigrants living in the shadows.
You're perfect.
Happy birthday.
But please, just you're so naturally beautiful. You don't have to look like a clown.
As we know that there are, many legal immigrants in New York City and D.C. and elsewhere. But when it becomes so obvious, when you have busloads, that's when it's no longer ignorable. So what Governor Abbott is doing is absolutely ingenious. Border towns, border cities, border states cannot absorb millions of people. These bigger cities and states.
All right, thank you, Tommy Lauren. I was just fretting on your hotness. Lummy, this is from Tucker last night?
No, this is from Jesse Waters. He's before Tucker.
He's before Tucker.
And he does not like the Pelosi's at all.
So this was the night of the raid. So this is what Fox News is running, and then all of a sudden it gets interrupted by the raid.
Peter Schweitzer, author of Red Handed, How American Elites Get Rich Helping China Win, and president of the Government Accountability Institute, joins me now. So this is pretty shocking. Not only did he fly over there on the heels of this insider trading allegation with the dad.
They're talking about Nancy Pelosi's son.
Paul Pelosi Jr.
Paul Pelosi Jr. He supposedly accompanied his mother to the trip, Nancy Pelosi.
And he's not on the fight logs.
The Speaker of the House to Taiwan when that really highly publicized flight that she made over to Taiwan for just U.S.-Taiwan relations. Well, it's being reported that her son was on the plane, was not part of the flight logs, and then went over and cut 4 different business deals with various places in Taiwan.
Or in Singapore.
And she's two heartbeats from the presidency.
And they're trying to hide all evidence of it. They're scrubbing transcripts. There's no pictures from the American press. What the heck's going on here, Peter?
Yeah, Jesse, this is a particularly cynical and galling move by the Pelosi's. First of all, as you pointed out, Paul Pelosi Sr., Nancy's husband, has been under scrutiny for insider trading issues, the stock trades. He has to, of course, disclose his finances because he's the spouse of Nancy Pelosi.
See him back
Your
there?
adult children do not need to disclose their financial transactions. So it seems like they've switched attention to their son's commercial activities. But to put even a tighter note on it, Jesse, look at what's happening here. Nancy Pelosi is flying to the Asia-Pacific region as the entire region is nervous and scared about the looming threat posed by China. And you've got the Speaker of the House coming in with a couple of other Democrats. They certainly want to have her good favor. And here, all of a sudden, her son is along for the trip. He's not a foreign policy advisor. He has no background.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of not cool. Like, he has no business on being there, right?
In the America side, we have no record of it. The press didn't record it. The flight logs don't record it. It's just their media that shared this with us that we know it.
But we know, but we know that their media has not been doctored or photoshopped or anything like that.
They have a soundbite where they introduce him just as Mr. Pelosi.
Looking for business deals. This is what you call leverage. This is the sort of stuff you'd expect from the mafia, where you kind of create a demand for your own services. And the kind of services that Paul Pelosi Jr. is offering are very reminiscent of Hunter Biden's, by the way. They're vague. They're consulting. They're offering advisory services. They don't actually have some product that they're trying to sell. So it's a particularly galling and cynical move. And I applaud you for covering this because the rest of the mainstream media is totally ignoring this story.
Why do you think they are ignoring this story? Because as we said at the outset, that she had a gaggle of American reporters, photographers, cameramen, print people along for the ride, and they saw her and reported on her taking her little shopping trips, walking through everywhere, shaking hands with all of these Asian leaders. And Paul's right there. The son's right there. Yeah. I mean, so they knew the son was on the trip, but they purposely hid that from the American public.
And they did. Like, this isn't.
And by the way, too, they keep calling him like son and kid and all this stuff. He's 53.
Right.
Yeah,
I understand.
No, I know. Just so people are clear, like she's not like taking her little kid with her.
Right.
Like he's 53.
He doesn't.
Because she's 100.
Right.
Yeah. Well, I mean, the
Nice
most
joke,
hospitable thing you could say is this is a somewhat complicated story, and maybe they're lazy, but it's not that complicated, Jesse. The bottom line is most of the establishment media, the vast majority, they want access.
Press was on that plane.
The same reason that we started covering Hunter Biden in 2018. The fact that he went on Air Force Two with his father to Beijing, China, to close deals with the Chinese government. The media didn't want to cover it because they want access to Nancy Pelosi and guys like Joe Biden. And then, of course, there is, let's be blunt about it, the ideological bias. You've got people in the mainstream media that believe that Donald Trump is an existential threat to the American Republic. And anything we do to report honestly or fairly on his political opponents is somehow aiding and abetting him. And we can't have that. So they put their thumb on.
So we got that mindset too, then, right? The more that you made these guys look good, the better you make Trump look bad. He's the very bad man.
Well,
he's the baddest of all.
Trump's family and his children were put under scrutiny under the Mueller investigation for 3.5 years that they may have had a meeting with the Russian woman at the Trump Tower about maybe having a Trump Tower in Russia. This is actual dealings by the vice president's son while he was in term with two of our huge adversaries, China and Russia, and also Ukraine, and then the sitting Speaker of the House's husband making money off insider trading and son making deals in the middle of an international crisis while China says, don't come over here. Oh, I'm going to come bring my kids so we could make some business deals. It makes me sick to my stomach.
He's on the board of 2 lithium mines in Asia.
I don't care what your political stripes are.
Taiwan.
This should bother you because this is what's wrong with politics. I always wonder to myself, how could they agree with these policies? It's self-indulgent. It's self-aggrandizing. She wants power and money, and she doesn't care what she does to get it.
On the scale, that's not.
And there's no other opportunity for you to get your son into these meetings otherwise.
Do you think I get one?
No, nobody can get over there. I mean, I don't think
Nick
that you can.
speaks fluent Mandarin. We could go over there and do business deals right now. Do you think I could get any business deal? I knew if I had a Pelosi behind my name, we could.
I don't think they even allow you into the country.
Nicholas Pelosi would have some good deals.
Well, yeah, he's on the board. He's on the board of a power company.
It's the job of voters to decide who their leaders are. It should be the job and the role of the media to report the facts. And the facts here are clear-cut. If Donald Trump Jr. had traveled with his father conducting business deals overseas on Air Force One, we certainly would have heard about it, as we should hear about it.
Right.
But we're not going to hear about it with Nancy Pelosi because they have their thumbs on the scale.
All right, Peter, thanks for joining us.
I mean, there's really no other way to slice it. Why would the American media not cover it? Why?
They want to make her look
Paul
bad.
Pelosi Jr. is also on Instagram, and he's got pictures. Every 4, 5, 6 days, he's got I'm here, I'm there, and nothing of him in Asia.
Well, they scrubbed him off. They scrubbed him off like anything that he went to.
This is probably Gary on the phone. Let me do words. We'll probably close the show out with Gary.
The Bubba Radio. This.
Did you hear what Nancy said about how we're connected to China? Because when she was a kid, your parents would tell you to dig to China. Did you hear that little sound clip from her? No.
When did she say that?
Recently.
Like, in what context? Like, where was she? Why was she saying
She was making
it?
a speech about, like, China.
Like, how they're not so bad?
Yeah. Yeah, it was a little... She's getting a little bit of backlash over that one.
Oh.
It was our connection to China. People used to say you could take to China.
She's such a stupid bitch. That's really what, like, gets me. Like, it doesn't even bother me that there's nepotism. It doesn't even, like, bother me that she, like... I mean, I guess it should that she brought her son, but it's like, it's the fucking mafia. Like, it's just... It's essentially organized crime, but, like... Who doesn't take advantage of that? Like, yeah! Like, I'm like, fuck yeah! Like, I don't know why. I'm just like,
caught,
yeah.
We get caught.
I don't know, I just feel like this is exactly how things should be operating, so I'm like, okay, well, at least reality is still intact. I don't know why.
Well, technically, if you think about it, I mean, it probably has been happening forever, but
of course
they're not treating the other side the same way.
Yeah.
Back in the day, I feel like everyone.
Yeah, and then there's more records of everything now just because of technology and photos and logs and shit.
I bet this shit happened so much before, like,
of course.
everyone
I
had
was just
a
telling Mommy,
camera
like,
on their
even,
phone.
I don't want to say it doesn't bother me, but I'm like, well, of course. Of course.
Yeah.
Like.
Did you hear her? I was asking her. Did you hear when she said about how we're connected to China because when she was a kid?
Oh yes.
She used to
Which
be able to dig
they,
to,
you know, that would be the most racist comment if any Republican said that. I've got a connection with China because when I was a kid, I used to dig holes and think that I could get to China.
Because I used to play this game when I was in school.
Right. I used to play Taipei, so I feel a connection with Taiwan.
Yeah. Whatever. Really grasping for straws.
Yeah, they are.
But it's what you expect.
Yeah. It's just the change in 2 years has been remarkable. I think this is what everyone feared with the Obama administration, that he was just going to change everything in a matter of moments. And he was way more moderate than the way that it's been done now.
That's been kind of floated around a little bit
lately.
Yeah, to maybe like a mid-round draft pick.
Really?
Well, I'm hearing a first rounder.
Show me a government that's not
high now. They were talking about like a mid-rounder for him.
It just doesn't work that way.
In history. That's why I like less government, like the libertarian. I like
Yeah.
smaller government.
But even still, like, it's just, I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
Like, show me the
about
ideal
12
government. And I would say we're
for-
probably the closest thing. The Western world is the closest thing.
Well, there's supposed to be the checks and balances, but when they don't allow the checks and the balances to work, like...
But the checks and the
What?
balances are corrupt. Like,
But...
that's how they got there, you
But-
know? Like,
But sort of. But no, I mean, if you just would let the three branches of government do what they're supposed to do, like if he wouldn't, legislate through executive fiat, and if the Supreme Court wouldn't legislate by the bench.
I guess there's
and
rumors
the
now that he
legislature
could be
would just
traded to
create
Cleveland
the
for a
laws.
second
I mean,
round.
the legislature's supposed to
second round
create
laws.
laws. He's supposed to execute the laws, and
Yeah,
so
but
it's like
that's-
none of them
But I
go
just
through
said,
their laws.
Lover,
If their
besides
roles were
that,
used
no,
correctly.
that wouldn't
Yeah,
even matter
well, I mean,
because
there's
in
those
order
are the
to get to a
rumors.
position
A
of
second round
power,
pick,
whatever it
but
is,
it all depends on what
CEO,
how
your
Deshaun Watson.
celebrity,
Garoppolo might be
musician, whatever.
involved.
It takes an immense amount of cooperation.
Yes,
And in
I
that
agree with
that journey of cooperation,
I'm stupid you right
you have to
Oh, there's only one. I'm trying to
compromise
find
your morals or whatever
it's on
because you've made all
heavy.com.
these
Yeah.
deals with people, and at some time you're going to have to cash in on. They want to cash in on that. If I'm going to give you fucking $5 million for your campaign, I'm expecting X, Y, and Z once you get in office. So there's just an immense amount of cooperation that takes anybody from just a common citizen to a position of power. And those people that helped you along the way want to cash in on that. So to get to the Supreme Court, to get to the president, to get to someone in Congress possibly.
You have to
Not
be
Kevin.
so connected
But
to
you
get
have to
the
be
money
so
to get
connected that it's not like. It's not that you're a bad
That's
person.
why
it's
Trump bothered them.
inevitable. That's
That's
how
why
you
Trump
That might
bothered
be why
them.
Love is
Because he
getting,
didn't have to
he's starting
get
the
the
game,
NRA
the
and
showcase
the
it.
lobbies and the
Because he
Republican.
funded his own campaign.
Right. That's
But
the whole. That's one of the
even still,
reasons. But I agree with you.
I think he's
100%.
great. I mean, I
I'm not
think
thinking
he's.
the savior.
I think he's the fucking asshole. But I'm like, he's the leader we need. Absolutely.
Yeah.
But people like to make these comparisons, like, oh, he's a great guy. It's like, no, he's not. No, he's not. He's not a fucking great guy.
No.
But like, he's a better leader than what we got.
He's a Machiavellian leader who knows how to win.
Yeah, and that's fine. I don't need a guy who's like going to be like a good grandpa. Like, I just need a.
Oh,
good
by the way, he's a
leader.
great grandpa.
Sure, but you know what I'm
but you know what I
saying,
mean? It's
like,
like,
I'm
mean
not looking
tweets.
for someone who's like nice to have a beer with.
Yeah.
With those rumors out there,
What was the room? Oh, I haven't heard any. What were they?
his daughters take showers together. And
Oh, come on,
like
please.
snowing
That's not. Do you
It's
think
in a
that would
journal.
have come out if that was
It
true?
did.
Huh?
It did like a couple months ago.
I got it. Well, you have to start. What? So what is it?
The journal. They found a journal.
Oh, Biden's.
Yeah.
I thought you meant Trump's daughter.
No.
Oh, that's the craziest thing of all. They raided the Project Veritas'
That's what
guy's
I'm
Live from the Sunbelt Rental Studios, it's the Bubba Spud Show. Lummy, I think I nailed all endorsements even for tomorrow.
Oh, yes, you did.
I think I did.
Would you be able to do the Tarpon one on the after show so we could
The
get
what?
it on the Tarpon one on the after show so we could get that? Red has a little video he wants to put. You're talking about it.
Yeah,
on.
yeah, we can do it on the after show. I'll just record it.
Yeah. Okay.
Perfect. That's great for me. I think this is probably Carrie. Hello, Gary. How are you, buddy?
Hey, Bubba, how are you?
Good. I know you're probably full hot, my friend. So I'm going to give you your piece. Just don't get insulting or anything like that. But give you your opportunity to speak, my friend.
Thank you, sir. I would like about a minute, snipe free, if not two.
Yeah, you know what? I'll tell you what. Let's go ahead and cut that in half. I'll give you one. You wanted two. I'll give you a minute 30.
Yeah,
Are
it's
you
Friday.
good?
That sounds perfect.
You know what? You know what? I feel so damn good, Gary. I'm just going to give you that 2 minutes that you asked for.
Damn. And that Brett Favre high.
Okay, ready? And your time is starting right now, my friend. I just hit the clock, buddy.
Thank you. Hey, Bubba, I wanted to give you kudos for your right. We're all fucked segment. I think
Gary.
That didn't last long.
Stanley the Sniper 10,000 bits.
Gary, listen, Gary.
Gary.
Listen, no
Dumb
matter how
idiot.
much time I allot you, if you do an FCC violation, I must.
Yeah.
And even Blitz is the operation manager of what goes through the air. We would be remiss to allow the person that drops the F-bomb to continue on. Am I not right, Blitz? I mean, all rules are off when you drop the F-bomb.
As the next potential City of Tampa volunteer, we can't have that on the radio.
Right, exactly. From chief of staff to special ops to drone division to dog catcher to volunteer.
Mm-hmm.
Gary, had you not, listen, Gary, honestly, I cannot let you say F. Like, I was going to keep you 2 minutes snipe free. And I'm a man of my word. You knew I would have done it. But not when you drop the F-bomb, buddy. And I'm going to tell you, Gary, I'm so festive and so fair that if you call back, I'll give you a minute. Everybody,
starting right now.
Everybody, no, call back and I'll give you a minute. Everybody makes mistakes. Listen, I'm counting on a second, third, and fourth chance in life. So
that's the new Bubba.
There
right
he is.
There, the mature
I'm counting
Bubba.
on a second, third, and possibly fourth chance in life. So who am I to judge?
And he's a big fan of the Your Left.
You're right.
Your left
and
show.
super left.
Gary, you can't. You
Of
can't.
course Gary likes it.
Gary, you can't do that, buddy. Okay.
I'm sorry. I'm truly,
I know.
truly sorry.
So, but listen. Okay. So now your time's been. We got to penalize you something. So you're down to a minute now, buddy. Okay.
Okay.
All right. Go ahead, buddy.
I won't say the F word, but I like your left-right segment that you did on Thursdays from time to time.
Thank you.
I think Blumpy did a great interview yesterday of Brett Favre. Only to be ruined today with that interview of the criminal Stone. And
that shows you how diverse I am, my friend. I can go from Roger Stone to Brett Favre and everything, and then have you in there, buddy.
Yeah.
And then I agree with Jay that if the Pelosi's did anything wrong or illegal, that it should be looked into.
Thank you.
Like Ivanka, when she got 30 patents from 2016 to 2018 from China, and most of those were unusually expedited. So, and then when any United States citizen or anyone in this country or anyone in the world violates U.S. law, the FBI and all criminal institutions should look into it.
Can I now? May I ask you a question, Gary? Yeah. So indeed, since there is documentation that the Pelosi guy did go there, should they be raiding her house tomorrow morning looking for evidence? I'm just asking.
Well, yeah, if they got a warrant that establishes probable cause that there was a crime committed, sure.
Okay.
Anyone who is subject to breaking the law should be investigated.
Another question, Gary. Do you find it a little, I don't know, I wouldn't say not unprocedural or anything like that, but a little over the top to raid Donald Trump's house at 5:30 in the morning in this big special operation? Or do you think that it could have been handled through subpoenas and through other ways, much like the way that the Clintons supposedly had stuff that needed to be returned? Do you think this could have been handled different? Do you think this is a big political, chest pounding deal?
I don't think it's political necessarily, but there are all sorts of ways to investigate a criminal case. If you think that the evidence is going to be lost, you do not go through subpoenas. You do not announce that you're going to raid. I've been involved in thousands of raids where I have approved warrants that happen at 5 o'clock in the morning and no one is given notice. Why is the president or ex-president above that?
Well, I think it's not that he's not above that, but procedurally, I just think that the ex-president needs a little bit more of courtesy, if you will, and it's not. I mean, to me, it looks very, very.
You treat him like the head of a drug cartel rather than the former president of the United States who has an army of lawyers that are cooperating with the Justice Department, and what you're assuming is that these lawyers who are bound by the rules regulating the Florida bar and the bars that they rule, and we all take that very seriously, I know you did too, that they would somehow allow the president to intentionally destroy evidence that they'd already identified and put into a basement at Mar-a-Lago. And so I understand what you're saying, and I agree with you philosophically about everyone should be held to the law. But if he violated the law, they had access to the documents which they were trying to seek, but this seems more like a broad net to try to see if they can get anything related to January 6th. And it seems like the timing of it, to many people in America, is suspicious after he just came back at 70% on the straw poll last week at CPAC. And as they're getting ready to investigate Hunter, and the Justice Department and Christopher Wray was just on Capitol Hill talking about why haven't they done anything with Hunter Biden. And all of a sudden they're going to bust down the president's doors. You know who hasn't cooperated? Hunter Biden. He hasn't cooperated. So
has he been investigated? Has Hunter Biden been before these law enforcement authorities to cooperate? You don't bring yourself forward just to bring yourself forward. And who investigates?
Let me ask you this. I think we can agree on something. Do you agree that what's on the Hunter laptop is accurate now? Do you know that have you seen a lot of that or no? I'm just curious, and this is not to like set you up, just curiously. Have you seen some of the Hunter Biden stuff, and does that offend you as a human being as much as it offends me as a human being?
I've seen it, yes, but
okay.
Also,
hold on. Let me just ask you a couple questions real quick. I will. Just let me ask you a couple. I will. Just let me ask you a couple questions real quick, just about misinformation. Do you agree that during the election there were 50 former FBI agents and national security agents that said that laptop looked like it was the product of Russia disinformation? And do you agree that that's now false? That's all I
don't know.
Okay, we do actually know that. We do actually know that, Gary. Okay. It was false. There was no Russia misinformation or disinformation. And so what everyone's point is that the media fails to acknowledge facts that are actual facts at a time which affects elections. And when people talk about rigged elections, it's not necessarily ballots. It's the whole thing. If Democrats knew of Hunter Biden, they said 9% would not have voted for Biden. And guess what? Even with the ballots exactly the way they went, Trump would have won because people don't like corruption like you don't and like I don't. And so if we can just start from a basic position of agreement that what was told to us 2 years by the federal government and by the media was factually incorrect. And if you said Hunter Biden did this or did that or allegedly did this or did that, you were canceled. And some people still don't have their Twitter accounts because they said what was factually true.
What a diatribe. Let me come
so
in.
You may continue. Go.
Yeah, go ahead, Gary.
Whatever you want to say in response to that.
Okay, we also have learned since the election that there was Russian misinformation through social media. So that was accurate. The disinformation about the Hunter Biden thing did not come forward, I guess, until after the election. So how could
No. The New York Post article came out in October, and Twitter suspended the New York Post's Twitter account again, first time in history, longest newspaper in the United States of America, because they didn't like the opinion. It wasn't even an opinion piece. It had sources
Longer
and
than
methods.
The Washington Post. The Washington Post came out when President Lincoln was around. I don't know when the New York Post came out.
Well, like I said, the oldest paper was shut down by Twitter because of a story over Hunter Biden, which turned out to be true. So thanks for bringing that up.
You disregard the whole 30 patents that were given to Ivanka Trump, I guess, as nothing criminal. And again, if the Hunter Biden stuff was criminal, if stuff on there is criminal, is it federal law that he broke, or is it state law that he broke?
Does it make a difference?
Well, yeah.
Doesn't
which
to me.
agency investigates it?
Is
Which
he-
agency investigates it?
Okay, there's over
The Fed
100
can't
transactions.
Can't investigate state crimes. The FBI can't investigate state crimes.
Lummy, you want to take this? You could argue this one. Because Lummy knows more factually about this than you do.
Well,
there has been 100. Go ahead, Lummy.
No, I was going to say about the trademark thing. I mean, it's not illegal that she got fast-tracked on the trademarks, is it? I
No,
mean,
there's
you
never-
should put it
It's
in
not
for-
illegal, but it was fast-tracked.
You just said she should be investigated. Yeah, investigated.
There
It's
you
not
go.
illegal.
Gary leaving us all with a big high spot going into the vacation. Gary, we love you, my friend.
It's a good try.
The after show will be brief, but it will happen. Me and Anna Polina Hummel.
What the hell?
Blitz, the volunteer, and Lummy the strap holder, and me. Just a few minutes. And then we're on vacation for a little bit. I'm going to Columbus, Indiana. Lummy's staying here, going to the Tarpons game, and Blitz is going to Daytona. Yep. I don't know what Jay's doing. Trying to keep calm. Trying to keep Dan calm.
I'm prepping for
See you
trial.
later.
Thanks for letting me finish. You're listening to the Bubba the Love Sponge Show, starring
me, Bubba the Love Sponge,
operations manager and co-host Blitz K.
Co-host and show historian Lummox.
Co-host Anna Hummel.
Co-host Dr. Dan Diaco, Esquire of Council.
Co-host J. Diaco, Esquire, the Spitting Cobra of Council.
Brett, the Filthy Ginger video editor.
The BRN agent, Thomas Buttoned Up B.
And for everything else, go to TheBubbaArmy.com.
Now, time for the legal disclaimer.
Exactly.
The Bubba the Love Sponge Show is intended solely for the enjoyment of our listening audience. Any rebroadcast, retransmission, or other use of this show without express written consent of the Bubba Radio Network is prohibited. You must dissuade him of this delusion.
No, and that's the thing.
Until next time,
always remember. I might have crossed. No, I don't. I consider crossing the line. You and I can have as much beef as we want. I know we never.